How far do some of those clubs go back?
Yeah,
When,
they have to go
when did the sport
way
become
back.
organized?
Thank you to Chris Bruger for that question, by the way. Appreciate it. All right, so at the box office, Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice took the top spot again this weekend. Pulled in $51.6 million. The horror movie Speak No Evil was in second place. Then you had Deadpool and Wolverine still hanging out there in third place. That's awesome.
It's amazing.
Followed by the movie Am I Racist? And then wrapping out the top five was Reagan in fifth place. The Emmy Awards were last night. It was the 75th edition of the Emmy Awards. And it was pushed last year from its usual September slot to January 2024 because of the writers and actors strikes. However, all television shows, limited series, or made-for-TV film entries in the 76th Annual Awards this Sunday had to have been released between, I guess it was the 76th, between June 1st, 2023 and May 31st, 2024 in order to be considered for the ceremony, and it was hosted by Eugene and Dan Levy. The FX series The Bear went into the show as the most nominated comedy series in Emmy's history, by the way, with a record-breaking 23 nominations for its second season and won 3 of the first 4 awards given out, with comedy wins for Eben Moss Backrack, Jeremy Allen White, and Liza Colon-Zayas. The Bears' winning streak was finally snapped when Jean Smart beat Ayo Edebiri for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series. And it's too bad because she's so good.
She's excellent.
Jean Smart is great too, obviously, so it's tough. The Bears' Christopher Storer later won for Outstanding Directing for a Comedy Series, and with that directing win, the show's 11th trophy this season, The Bear broke its own record for most Emmy wins for comedy in a single year. I'm going to give you a little rundown of some of the things that happened, then we have some clips to play from it. But the Hacks love wasn't over. The HBO Max series also won Outstanding Writing for a Comedy Series, and then surprised by taking home the final trophy of the evening, beating The Bear for Outstanding Comedy Series. So Hacks won it.
And it's an excellent show, and it actually legitimately falls more on the side of comedy.
That's what we talked about. The Bear has great humorous moments.
Yeah.
But the overall tone of it, I think, is a drama.
And it is a phenomenal drama.
Yes.
And the humor helps make the drama that much more potent.
Yeah.
But Hacks has more funny moments.
Right.
Yeah.
On the drama side, though, Shogun scored 25 nominations, and the show already made Emmy history before the ceremony even began after winning 14 awards at last weekend's Creative Arts Emmys, the most ever for a single season for a television series.
I love that show, and I will tell anyone who's going to jump in and start watching Shogun, don't watch it late at night. Don't watch it when you're not able to put your focus on it, because it's a lot to absorb.
Okay.
But if you do take the time to absorb it, you'll be transported.
Then won his first trophy for the ABC telecast for Frederick E.O. Toye's Best Directing for a Drama Series. Hiroyuki Sanada later won for lead actor in a drama, followed moments by Anna Sawai for lead actress. And the seemingly inevitable Outstanding Drama Series win came soon after. The 4 victories on the ABC telecast put the grand total of Shogun wins at 18. The final season of The Crown was up for 18 nominations for its send-off, but its only big win was for Elizabeth Debicki in the Outstanding Supporting Actress category, while Billy Crudup gave the morning show a victory in the Outstanding Supporting Actor category. In the limited series or movie categories, Baby Reindeer ruled, winning Outstanding Limited or Anthology Series. Yeah, I still have yet to see that. While Richard Gadd won for both lead actor and writing for that.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
And Jessica Gunning took home the trophy for Supporting Actress. Jodie Foster was named the Outstanding Limited Series Actress winner for True Detective Night Country, while Lamorne Morris won for Outstanding Limited Series Supporting Actor for his work on Fargo. So a couple of clips to play if they're over, Case.
Yeah.
We have Demi Moore, actually. Wait, was this on? No, that wasn't the Emmys. We'll come back to that in a moment. So John Oliver thanks his dog. His dog passed away during last night's awards. And he thanks him during this speech. He won an award for Outstanding Scripted Variety Series, and here's that clip.
It is. I feel like Sarah McLachlan right now. She was an amazing dog, and ouch. I would guess I want to. This isn't just for her. This is for all dogs. All dogs You're all very good girls. You're very good boys. You all deserve a treat.
And they started to play him out, and he dropped an F-bomb. He's like, you know, it's my dog. You know, yeah.
Billy Crudup accepting the Emmy for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Drama Series. Let's roll that. Here we go.
I'm happy to be here with my piece of eye candy there, my wife, who also happens to be an immigrant, and also gave a searing performance this year for which she's nominated, and she starts businesses too, so nice to be by her side.
Who's he married to?
Naomi Watts, it looked like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we had Eugene and Dan Levy. They had a monologue. This is the opening monologue from the awards. These are kind of out of order, but let's go with that. Here is this.
We're very, very excited to be here tonight. I think most of you know we are not stand-up comedians.
No. In fact, I wouldn't even really call us hosts. We're more like actors acting like hosts, which is a huge gamble for us. But if it goes well tonight, my name is pronounced Levy, not Levy.
And if things go south, my name is pronounced Martin Short.
And then they addressed the whole bear issue.
All right, here we go.
The Bear is nominated for 23 Emmys tonight, making it the most nominated comedy in history. Now, I love the show. I love the show, and I know some of you might be expecting us to make a joke about whether The Bear is really a comedy. But in the true spirit of The Bear, we will not be making any jokes.
Well done. I love it. Then Jon Stewart accepts his award for The Daily Show. Here's a clip of that.
You've made an old man very happy. This is remarkable to have an opportunity to work with this incredibly talented group once a week has just been.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah,
Great
yeah.
is what he was going to say.
It's been great.
And then we have Jerry Allen White when he accepts for leader and an actor, lead actor in a comedy.
Chris and Joe, thank you for choosing me. I'm so lucky. I'm so grateful. Thank you. My beautiful cast, I love you forever. I love to work with you, and I want us to be in each other's lives for forever. I love you so dearly.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's nice, man. I mean, look at it. Look at how, you know, he was getting work, but nothing, you know. I mean, here he is. It just shot him up the ladder.
I was happy to see this gal win. Liza Colin-Zayas in The Bear. They had for those who watch the show, they had a segment that was dedicated. They had an episode that was dedicated to her backstory. It was
great.
Really
struggling to. There's that scene. She sits down and she's like, "Shut it! I'm not going to get this job. I'm not." And then the real her starts to come out, and she kind of connects, and she gets the job. It's so amazing.
Yeah. So here's her acceptance speech.
And to all the Latinas who are looking at me, keep believing and vote. Vote for your rights. Thank you. Thank you.
Such a great episode. And then Jodie Foster accepted lead actress in a drama series. Here we go.
Mostly the indigenous people, the Inupiaq and Inuit people of northern Alaska who they just told us their stories and they allowed us to listen, and that was just a blessing. It was love, 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 and when you feel that, something amazing happens. It's deep and wonderful.
I only watched the...
She's speaking that tongue.
I only watched the first season of True Detective.
This one is good. You know what? I didn't finish it, though.
Okay.
It's really... I mean, listen, all of the True Detectives are really moody, but this is in, like, night country, and so it's dark. And
Is there a paranormal or another worldly aspect to this?
They all sort of do. Like, if you remember in that first episode, it was like you know, kind of like witchcraft or you know,
first season.
Right, yeah.
I'm sorry. Episode,
the first episode, first season. Yeah.
There were kind of weird otherworldly things that may have been a part of that.
But ultimately, it's not sci-fi, so they sort of just, it is sci-fi, but not sci-fi.
Slightly different than sci-fi.
Yeah, so they don't rely on sci-fi type stuff to
Sell it.
Okay. And ultimately the plot does not rest on that.
Why has there never been a Cy Edelon Kong Kong convention in Philadelphia?
I would go.
Right?
I mean, the Nell cosplay would be fantastic.
Alone.
Yeah, I'd go. I just have a squirrel in my mouth.
All right, so that is just a quick snapshot of the Emmy Awards. You want to see the full listings, take a look because there are a lot of categories, a whole lot of them. But I have some other entertainment stories that I want to get to. And this was sad to see this morning. Tito Jackson, an original member of the Jackson 5, and, of course, brother of the late Michael Jackson, has passed away. He was 70 years old.
I said to you before we came on, I said, for some reason, I always had the perception that Tito was probably the friendliest of the Jacksons. He projected that.
He was recently, an official cause of death is yet to be determined. He was recently in Munich ahead of a performance that the group were due to give. The news was confirmed in an Instagram post by his three sons, Taj, Terrell, and TJ. And so, we'll have to find out down the road what his cause of death was. Yeah,
not that old.
The group was formed in 1964. Tito played the guitar and provided the backing vocals. In 1980, the siblings were presented with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. They were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1997. Days before his death, Tito had posted a message on social media from Munich, Germany, where he visited a memorial to Michael with his brothers. And he wrote, "Before our show in Munich, my brothers Jackie, Marlon, and I visited the beautiful memorial dedicated to our beloved brother Michael. We're deeply grateful for this special place that honors not only his memory, but our shared legacy. Thank you for keeping his spirit alive."
Have you seen the memorial? It is a 900-foot Michael Jackson. It is amazing.
No, I have not seen that. So the Jacksons performed in Germany on the 10th of September, days before their performance at a place in the UK, the Boogie Town Music Festival, celebrating funk, soul, and disco.
So who are the remaining brothers now?
Everybody
Randy?
else is still alive. So Michael and he are the only ones that have passed.
Right.
And,
okay.
So you have everybody else.
Okay.
There's 7 family members altogether, I think.
There's Peter, Bobby.
No, that's the Brady's. So Tito was the third oldest Jackson and one of the 9 children. That's it. His other siblings include global stars Janet and LaToya as well. All of his siblings, other than Michael, who died at age 50 in June of 2009, are still alive. The family's patriarch, Joe Jackson, died at the age of 89 in 2018. Alongside the band, Tito also had a solo career as a blues musician.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it started in 2003. He was the final sibling to place a solo single on the Billboard charts with his 2016 hit, Get It, Baby. So that's sad news to hear. Tito Jackson, 70 years old. I have a couple of other things. We'll go with this. I'm gonna give you a little hope to hold out to, but it's just not true.
Okay.
J-Lo and Ben, maybe they're getting back together. Conflicting reports saying that the couple were spotted kissing in public recently.
No way.
Are we getting back together? We will not.
Despite their ongoing divorce, others say there was absolutely no PDA happening. A source said Ben and J-Lo are currently at the Polo Lounge at the Beverly Hills Hotel holding hands and kissing.
Yes, may I see a menu, please?
The kids are with them, but at a separate table. However, per TMZ, the two seem to be cold with each other and were definitely not kissing, let alone holding hands.
How's the salmon today?
The two were spotted getting brunch with their children at the Beverly Hills Hotel on Saturday. The singer was apparently wearing her engagement ring on her pinky finger.
They were going through the paces, and they were trying to keep up it's nice that they're trying to have this united front for the kids, but you think the kids aren't hep to what's going on?
Nick just pulled up some photos of her at the Toronto International Film Festival, and wow.
Yeah, she looks great.
Wearing this outfit that shows the entire side from her...
Tell me, can I see your boobies?
Neck down, completely exposed.
Yeah, on both sides.
Yeah.
Yep. So the singer was, the two were spotted having an intense conversation at one point, with both sides apparently looking frustrated. So, yeah, that's...
what could have been.
Yeah, probably.
But no more.
But no more. Kate Winslet, she recently opened up about her experience with testosterone replacement therapy to boost her libido, sharing her advice
It's actually going very well. Jack, I can pull you up onto this. Look at my biceps.
She discussed...
Captain, I wanted to let you know the Titanic will not sink tonight. I'm going to get behind it and paddle my legs quickly. We'll get to America.
She discussed the common hormonal changes that women face, such as thyroid issues and reduced testosterone levels, which can impact your sex drive.
Draw me like your French girls, Jack. Now.
She encouraged women to get their hormone levels checked, noting that replacing testosterone can help them feel sexy again. Do you feel sexy again?
I feel so goddamn sexy.
Winslet emphasized that these changes are a
Oh,
natural.
I dropped the necklace overboard. Don't worry, I'll swim down and get it. I had to kill a whale on the...
These changes are a natural part of aging, and she praised the confidence and beauty women gain over time.
She looks phenomenal, man. I think I've always been a huge fan of Kate Winslet. Younger now, even, she's terrific.
So she said women get juicier and sexier as they
I'm
get
so juicy, I'm sliding off my chair.
as they get old. As they get older.
No, don't worry. That's not the iceberg. That's me. That's me being juicy.
Me embedded, more embedded in their truth, more powerful. Winslet, who married Edward Abel Smith in 2012, also highlighted the importance of self-care, both physically and mentally, adding that aging brings a deeper sense of empowerment.
So I love my doctor. She has since retired, and I'm actually still searching for a new doctor because she's gone. And I
You
did
talk about
love
your
her,
lady doctor.
But yes, my lady doctor. But I did ask her about stuff like this, and I was like, I don't know, maybe I need to have like my hormones checked, or like I think you get a hormone panel done. And she was like, no. She was like, no, you don't. You're fine. Like she shut that down quickly. I don't know if it was my age because I'm, still so young. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're too young. What are you, stupid?
No, but seriously, I don't know if that's what it was or what, but she shut me down so quick and she was like, you do not need that right now. Like, get that out of your head. I was like, oh.
You talk to Dr. Mike, and Mike is very tricky situation with hormones and hormone replacement and so on and so forth. Yeah. It can be a big issue. So, yes, you have a good doctor there.
Yeah, probably. All right, so we told you earlier this month the Goonies were getting a sequel with all the principals on board for the follow-up. Not so fast. Last week, two of the original cast members cast doubt on those reports. Corey Feldman and Martha Plimpton, who both appeared in the 1985 classic, jumped on social media separately to set the record straight as they see it. And Corey's post is just... so he uses a mix of letters and numbers, so he's...
That's the way I write.
So instead of writing the word Tuesday, he wrote 2'S day is Goonies too real. Everyone is asking, I can officially tell you 100% no, I have no info that the sequel is in the works. And then... Plimpton posted her denial on Instagram alongside a plea for people to vote. She wrote, people, there is no Goonies 2 script. There is no one attached. Spielberg is not directing. It's not real. What is real, check your registration and vote. So that was her post. So two of them are saying they haven't heard anything about it. But, maybe they haven't approached them yet. I don't know.
It's possible. I would, with this kind of heat behind it, the reaction to the announcement...
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah,
There's
do
an
it.
audience that wants to see that,
A massive audience.
And if there is money to be made, you can guarantee somebody's going to step up.
Make it as a direct to streaming. Do the Netflix route or Amazon Prime.
Yep.
Do I have to figure out everything?
If Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce needed any more confirmation they've made it, look no further than the upcoming children's book that features their romance prominently. The Kelce Brothers, a little golden book biography, is centered on Travis and Jason, but also make sure to mention Taylor's relationship in one section. The Golden Book shout-out reads, in 2023, Travis started dating singer-songwriter Taylor Swift, and their fans love seeing Taylor cheering at Travis's games alongside his friends and family. When the Chiefs made it back to the Super Bowl in February 2024, and Travis helped his team beat the San Francisco 49ers in overtime, Taylor was there to help him celebrate his third championship win.
What is the age range of the Golden Books? Is it like around
kindergarten, first grade, something like that?
Because I had their book on the Menendez brothers.
Okay, sure, yeah. The book comes out October 15th and is available for pre-order now. All right, let me see. I have time. We're running out of time here. Let me see what I make sure I hit. How about this? M. Night Shyamalan thanked fans for the response to his recent film Trap, and at the same time dropped a bit of news. In an Instagram post, he revealed he's already begun work on what will be his 17th movie. He wrote in the post, as a ritual for each film, I pick a notebook that speaks to me, and I write notes, ideas for the new film in that. When it's overflowing with ideas, I go to outline and then script. And he wrote this, and he showed a picture of it. This is the notebook for movie 17. This bright red felt just right. As Trap passes 80 million in theaters, I am so grateful and begin the new one inspired by all the support you have given me over the years.
No indication as to what it is going to be about?
Not at all. I mean, maybe the color red is something of a clue, but I don't know.
We could ask him because he's going to be on the show on Wednesday.
Perfect. All right, and then one last thing, then we'll move on to the clips. Hot Ones, the YouTube series with host Sean Evans. Apparently... Netflix is reportedly in talks with parent company BuzzFeed to air live versions of the series.
Live versions.
Created specifically for Netflix.
Interesting.
Yeah.
They kind of did a similar deal with the Comedians in Cars when they bought that.
So they do, the series is very popular. Last month's episode featuring Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds had over 28 million views so far. Sources stress that the negotiations are in the early stages and no one from Netflix or BuzzFeed are commenting on the reports as of yet. But
I think the thing about it being live would be interesting.
Yeah, it would be. All right, so we're ready for the clips. Moonflower Murders is a direct sequel of Magpie Murders, in which a book editor turns into a detective after her author dies under mysterious circumstances. And here, author Anthony Horowitz talks about writing a murder mystery.
It always begins with the same thing. Two people. One of them kills the other for a reason. And for me, it is the reason, the motive for the murder, but it's the most interesting aspect. How can I surprise people and throw them off the scent? At the end of it, I want everybody to accept that it was in front of their eyes all along.
Doesn't he talk funny? Moonflower Murders premiered last night on PBS. Here's our next clip. Speak No Evil is a remake of a 2022 Danish film of the same name, and James McAvoy is very supportive of that because he himself has been remade many times. Here, James talks about one of his most famous remakes.
Although I made a TV show in the UK that everybody loved, people in America weren't really going to watch that. So the fact that they remade it is shameless. I was fine with it. Was it weird for me to watch? Totally. There was a guy playing my part. I think he's the guy in the bear now. And he was doing stuff that I improvised on the day. And you're like, wow, they're really like taking it. I think they then went off and did their own amazing stuff that was different to what we did.
Yeah! I did not know that Shameless was an English show initially.
Yeah.
Wow. So Speak No Evil is in theaters now. And there you go. That's what we have in the entertainment report for you this morning. All right, we got stuff to get to, folks. We're giving money away for less than an hour from your first shot at winning $1,000. And we'll be doing it 5 times a day, Monday through Friday, for a little stretch here. So don't miss each and every single opportunity. All right, so that is coming up at 8 o'clock, your first chance at winning with good money. Jeff Tremaine will be joining us on the program a little bit later on this morning. We will take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment or two, and we hope that you will stay with us because the Back to School A to Z continues. We'll be right back. Brandon and Sophie, come up over here by Steven, because I think the reason we have him here is you've got something for these guys.
I
mark this
absolutely do. And this has inspired me here.
Okay.
This whole setup. Like
he's opening up a box.
This is like the
condoms.
Diamond encrusted rubbers.
Extra large.
Wow.
This is like the
rose gold condoms.
No, Steven, I'll go ahead and say it because he's taking the time to open up the boxes.
I feel like the 40-year-old virgin here.
Yeah. Steven is opening up his world famous gold roses. And I think you're gonna give them each a rose. Is that how this is working? Yeah.
Here, I give you a frozen rose because you've been frozen out for all these years, and a Valentine's Day red love rose for you. And you can both start your Valentine's Day quest, but we're going to have to give
Our kissers?
The kissers are going to have to get. She's got to get a black diamond rose with that makeup. Man, I have a black diamond with platinum rose.
Oh, she'd love that.
That's killer with that look.
Yeah, Nicole.
And then we'll get Kyle one as well.
Absolutely, we're going to give Kyle. They were great. I was surprised of how well that actually worked out.
Weren't they very generous? I mean, to me, these couldn't be two sweeter people to have their first.
And the blood is rushing back into their faces. They are a shade of red I've never seen before.
I was impressed.
And the dimples, I didn't realize when we were sitting out in the green room at these I just thought they were listeners coming to watch the show.
Right.
Yeah.
And this has been, wow, what an experience. This is something, huh?
It's a special moment in their lives.
This is a special moment. Wait until the first time you have sex. That'll be great.
Well, that's tomorrow.
Yeah, that's tomorrow. We're going to
We love everybody. Thanks so much for having me in. Congratulations, guys. And we love Preston and Steve.
Thank you, sir. We love you. Steven Singer, guys. All right. I think this has been tremendously successful. I'm very happy for these guys.
Wonderful.
I'd love to have them keep kissing, but we're way over budget on time, and we got to take a break.
Well, they can certainly hang out. We'd love to have them.
Absolutely.
Yes,
We
our
highly,
guests.
highly suggest that they do. And thank you to Josh and Haley for supplying the live music this morning. You can hire them. We'll get the details. In fact, do we have that information on PrestonandSteve.com,
No,
Nick?
we'll post it, but they're fantastic. I saw them perform live at Harvest a few weeks ago. They're great live, and if you get a chance, go see them.
Yeah, and Josh does 5 Minutes of Fame, and we'll be at, how do you even say this, VOIX? Is that...
Voix?
Voix Karaoke Lounge tonight from 9 till 1 a.m. And then tomorrow night they'll be at Scanlon Saloon in Manayunk from 9 till midnight. All right, we're going to take a break. That was wonderful.
It was great.
Congratulations, everybody. Coming back with the B-File. Stay with us. So here's what I saw this article, this other article. That was a different one. This one
Is this a better article?
This is a better article, and it is essentially a quick way that you can do a mental health check.
All right.
So this is a way that you can find out where you are.
And use the healing powers of alcohol to help you through it?
Of course. Didn't we all learn that that's the key to it all?
Yes.
No, but...
Okay, so let's hear it. So you can do sort of a diagnostic.
Yes.
And see where you fall, how you're holding up. Because I think more people would be amazed to find out that they're actually doing better than they think they are.
All right, so yeah, do I still find joy in the things that once brought me joy? So that's a question.
Okay.
Am I being irritable or snapping at people?
Yeah, sometimes I know why that's happening to me, though. And it's usually...
that time of the month.
No, it's usually hunger. Yeah.
You get hangry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
You're prone to hangry?
I'm prone to hangry.
He's like a 5-year-old that needs his snacks.
No, I'm like a human being, Kathy. I'm like a human
He gets
being.
fussy.
No, my wife is the same.
Yeah.
And she admits it.
Yeah, me
She
too.
admits it. If she gets pangs of hunger, it'll manifest.
Here's the other thing. My son, and I've had to say to him time and time again when I'm eating, because he's affectionate with me, right?
Right.
And the hugging and all that stuff.
Right.
But I'm like, dude, when I'm eating, don't touch me.
Yeah.
Don't touch me at all. And because we sit next
Don't
to each
touch!
other. We sit next to each other at the dinner table, and he thinks it's like huggy, like wrestle time. And I'm like, dude,
I don't love you. I don't love you.
not right now.
I don't love you.
I don't even want to know you.
Kathy, do you remember the time? I was just curious what Casey's little protein bar tasted like.
Can I take a bite of that? No.
No, I said just tear off an
Just a
itty bitty
little-
little crumb for me. And
He said, "This is all I get. I'm not sharing it
he
with
just
you."
goes, I can't do that, man.
I offered you a full one. I offered you a full bar.
Not that day.
That day.
Case.
I have a box of them.
I support that. Because
Yeah.
a lot of times, if we go out to like, and I've done it, I love my wife dearly, as you know, I'll just have some of yours. No, I'm going to get you a whole order of it.
I don't like sharing my food.
No,
If this turns into a daily rush, I'm showing the camera the size of this tiny little bar, this tiny little 200-calorie bar that I allow myself for breakfast every day. He wanted to take a bite of that. I offered him a full one instead, and he said no. And then I said no, too. Don't turn this into a...
I get it.
He just wanted, you wanted like a tiny little
Not even
break
a
of it.
bite.
Like not
Yeah,
even a
just-
bite,
just
like a
a-
quarter of a bite.
Which would have
The
been
answer's still no.
A morsel, I know.
That would have been what, Case? 20 calories if you're allotted 200.
But listen, I'm very covetous of my own food.
You're like me.
I
right?
don't want. I like put my arms around the plate. I'm like, go get your own. You know? I totally commiserate with
I'll
that.
buy you any. If you want to taste it, I have this and you'd like to try some,
Yeah.
I'll get you. So especially if you're looking forward to it. Sometimes I'll okay, have a little bit. But for the most part, no.
My buddy Jeff, when we go out to dinner, we'll ask for bites of my dinner.
No.
All the time.
No, that is not okay
He's
ever,
got
unless
such
it
food envy.
is your husband
Yeah.
or wife or significant other that you share other things with. You should not be sharing your food with people, even before the pandemic.
Kathy, he has food envy. He has food regret.
No.
Right? He'll order something and then,
I wish I got
and then
that.
he'll go, oh, man, I should have got the gnocchi instead.
You tell me you go straight to hell.
Go straight to
And I help people with their ordering. I always say this. Here's my system. Claire will ask me, my wife will ask me, what should I get? All right, assessment, hunger level between 1 and 5, 5 being the most.
Right.
I'm very hungry. Then go with something you know you like.
Yeah.
Okay, hunger level 2.5. You can be adventurous.
Right.
You're not going to get burned. But you know you're going to regret it if you're really hungry and you get something that sucks.
Kathy's motivation, though, is different than about not allowing someone to take some from their plate.
Germs.
It's a
Hers
gross
is a
factor.
germ thing.
Yeah,
But it's
germ thing.
weird. Why would you ask for a bite of my food?
But you could,
the
you know,
frig out of
you
here.
could cut it off and put it on their plate, and no germs have been transferred.
Buy one of these yourself.
Why? You ordered what you ordered. I'm not asking for a bite of your food.
I win.
Dick.
I pay. Yeah, I bought food I actually want.
Yeah, seriously.
Marissa, what's your take on this? Because you were shaking your head as well or something.
She
What?
shares all the time.
Oh, they
She'll
do.
share with a whole table of people.
I hate all of you guys.
Table
we can't be
pancakes.
friends. Yeah, we can't be friends. I literally, when I go out to dinner with my friends, the first thing we say is, so are we sharing? Are we getting picky?
Preston, don't you remember the table pancakes?
Yeah, I remember talking about it. No, I'm the same way. We'll buy. Let's just buy a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And we'll just,
If you do that, if that's the agreement at the beginning of the meal, absolutely. If you're going like tapas style, and that's part of the deal.
And you're just going out for like
For friends,
appetizers.
yes. But if
Not
you're-
everybody's getting. But if everyone gets their own meal, I'm not going to be like, Marissa, can I taste your vegan whatever you're eating?
Literally,
No.
every meal we go to, everybody's sharing everything.
Okay.
No.
I'm on board with that. I like
If
that.
you've ordered an entree, I'm with Kathy 1,000%.
All right, back to mental health. We took a little journey there for a moment. Am I being irritable or snapping at people? That's a question to ask yourself.
Check.
And Casey does, yes. Check. All right, this is a cool thing from the Just Saying Institute.
Just saying.
And this is about medical advancements, and this is encouraging. Now, there's going to be a long way to go, but German researchers have enabled mice that are paralyzed after spinal cord injuries to be able to walk again.
I mean, oh my God.
Reestablishing a neural link hitherto considered irreparable in mammals by using a designer protein injected into the brain. You know the ramifications of that?
Yeah, it's
man?
going to destroy the mouse wheelchair industry.
People may lose their job.
They will.
Listen, people are going to be able to walk.
It's gonna be cataclysmic.
Mice are going to be able to walk again. Let's keep our eye on the ball
Come
here.
on.
Now listen to this. Spinal cord injuries in humans, often caused by sports or traffic accidents, leave them paralyzed because not all the nerve fibers that carry information between muscles and the brain are able to grow back. But the researchers from Ruhr University Bochum managed to stimulate the paralyzed mice nerve cells to regenerate using a designer protein.
Dr. Turdballs is very encouraged.
Right. Which is pretty wild. So when I thought I had ALS, I was having these muscle spasms, are called fasciculations, and it really scared me. And so I went to a couple of neurologists, and one of them explained to me the way nerve cells work. And I may be a little bit off base on this, but for the most part, the nerve is a single cell. It's one thing.
Yeah.
And once you lose that, there's no way to regrow those. That's the thing. You can't regrow nerves. And so therein why those, when you have nerve problems, that's why how final it is usually.
This has been the holy grail. This has been the thing. Now we have things that are prophylactic, or I should say, a separate, like exoskeletons, mobile exoskeletons that could allow people to walk with these, like a war machine. To
at least have some ability.
But if you could regain, and if you can regain that ability to walk, then as you get older, or people who have just natural deterioration, I assume you'd be able to refresh that ability as well. So people have balance issues.
The main doctor, Dr. Turdball, was it? Said with a relatively small intervention, we stimulate a very large number of nerves to regenerate, and that is ultimately the reason why the mice can walk again. The paralyzed rodents that received the treatment started walking after 2 to 3 weeks.
That's amazing.
The treatment involves injecting carriers of genetic information into the brain to produce the protein called hyperinterleukin.
Mousewalkatosis.
They're going to have to change that when they get the humans, though, right?
Hyperinterleukin
globin.
Interleukin gluten galban 6.
Yes.
The team is investigating if the treatment can be improved, and he said that we also have to see if our methods work on large mammals.
Right.
We would think of
like whales.
Pigs, dogs, or primates, for example. And then if it works, we would have to make sure that the therapy is safe for humans too, but that will take many, many years. So probably not in our lifetime.
But never say never.
Yeah.
That's what James Bond taught us. And I think that this is, a lot of times people will, everything starts a geometric progression. I mean, knowledge fires off additional knowledge. Everything goes out in waves. So I think this can increase exponentially. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at something. These things come and people say, I never thought we'd get there. I'm always amazed, like when they said, travel at the speed of light.
Yeah.
Never be achieved. And it still seems like impossible. However, they're starting to do things. Lawn, full show for the season.
Outdoor show, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they just go into the pavilion, right?
Correct.
That's it.
Yep, MM Barbecue.
Yeah.
Final actual full outdoor show. So if you want to be sitting out underneath the stars at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, you're going to have to get your tickets. And you never know what might happen. There might be like a full-on brawl that happens on stage. I don't know. It's what happened at the Jane's Addiction concert in Boston over the weekend. Probably got a quick view of that as it was making the rounds, a video of it on social media.
It completely caught me off guard. Perry Farrell, I always, he's wired differently, but I never thought that would happen. It seemed atypical.
Yeah.
Did you think that was in his wheelhouse?
Not really. I mean, I've seen him do some wild stuff, but not to his own bandmates and brothers. But for those who don't know the story, they were playing a song and Perry starts screaming into the microphone. He looks insane. And after he does that, he goes over to Dave Navarro, who's playing a solo, and he kind of checks him. He gives him a little shoulder check and knocks him back, and then follows it up with getting in his face and screaming at Dave. And Dave just stops playing, then the whole band stops playing. And then the crew members and band members come, and they start separating the two, pulling Perry back. And they ended up all leaving the stage. Perry was dragged out of there, and then later on, a few of the members come out and kind of address the crowd, just gesturing like, hey, we're done. Sorry.
And the
Thank
show
you guys.
ended.
And then the show ended. Yeah.
We got to go now.
Dave looked shocked, though, I thought.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the word this is the word about this, is that Perry had been complaining that his vocals were being drowned out, that the other band members might have been playing too loud, or maybe Dave in particular his amp was too loud or something along those lines. And I guess he didn't feel that those concerns were being addressed, and he took it out on him and went over and got in his face.
But wouldn't that not be his fault?
Well, Dave, I don't know. You can continue to turn your amp way up if you
all right.
want.
I thought it would be like engineers would have to.
Yeah, you would think so, that they can mix that. And it also depends on what you're hearing in your monitors and what's actually in the PA out there. But apparently people were either mouthing to him or saying to him, we can't hear your vocals.
Okay.
So that's not necessarily, Kathy, I don't think it's necessarily Dave's. If they're out in the audience, if it's out in the audience, that is the sound engineer's job, is to mix it properly.
Dave's piker at this. He's been at it for a long time and knows how to play with the band, has played with many bands. But I don't know what the story is. I did read an article that said that Perry has been known to go up and empty a bottle or two of wine on stage.
He was walking around, and I don't know if it was that night or the night before, but he got a full bottle. He was drinking straight from the bottle of wine.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're drinking wine from the bottle, you can get pretty banged up real easy.
Eddie Vedder does that too, right?
Yeah, Not out of the bottle, does he?
Sure.
Oh, he does? Okay. All right. Well, I guess Perry was going at it.
Yeah.
And that may have been a contributing factor.
It was wild
that.
to see it, though.
Yeah. But it got us on the discussion of not necessarily fights at concerts, because they happen pretty regularly, but what happens when your coworkers fight?
Yeah, you're on the job.
Yeah.
'Cause they were on the job.
Or you yourself have been, come at by an employee, and you're like, whoa. Dude, we're working.
Right?
This is where we work.
I would like to hear stories of fights at work. 215-263-WMMR.
I mean, because listen, you might win the fight at work, but you're losing your job, and it's not worth it.
There's a multitude of ways. That's why it's always, I'll tell you one aspect of it. If you're dating someone, a coworker, and you work together, and you get into and it's happened to me, you get into a fight with the person you're dating, that can suck.
I do have that now. I wasn't in the band at the time. This is a band thing associated to it, but it's also work. So our singer Dan, apparently, this was after I left the band. Our bass player Rick was overweight, and I guess Danny on stage at some point. I don't know if Ricky had said something to Dan or whatever, but Dan on the mic goes, "Yeah, that's our fat bass player."
Wow.
Now, not only was Rick overweight, Rick was a big dude.
Okay.
Rick could wipe the floor with your ass.
Yeah.
And so apparently they get done with the gig, and Rick did his job. But to his credit, he did his job. They finished the night. They even packed up everything, which takes some time, putting all the band equipment away, hour at least.
Stewing time.
They get done. Exactly. They get done with everything. And he made sure that they had all their business taken care of.
I love where
and
this is
then he
going.
went over and beat the living piss out of Danny. Yes, he didn't. He had the constitution, the wherewithal to hang on to it.
He's a professional.
He was a professional,
But
he
also-
beat the living crap out of Dan.
He had
that.
so much time to think about it. You know what I mean? And
how
really,
he was going to do it.
Or, talk himself out of it. Like, this is not that big of a deal. We can just, maybe figure this out with a conversation. But no, for hours he just stewed and stewed and stewed.
Yep, and then he took care of business.
You run so many problems and so many potential problems. As you said, Casey, you're in front of your employers, or you're it's on the job.
Yeah,
they really don't like it when you throw down with your coworkers.
No, and you can leave the work site. It doesn't matter.
I saw a screaming fight one time. I don't know if so I had worked at a station in New York, Q104.
Yeah,
and and then we were let go, and then they were auditioning me back, a whole bunch of things. These kind of things. Anyway, Bill Weston was involved with that at one point. He became the program director. It was a nightmare situation. But the woman who was hosting the morning show at the time, who was a nightmare, she was billed as the female Howard Stern. Not quite, but she got into a screaming match with the GM, calling her the C word in front of all the employees. And I'm like, whoa, I can't believe I totally forgot that.
Wow.
Maybe I was blocking it out, but
Did it almost get physical?
It looked like it could have, yeah.
You know what happens all the time is in the kitchens at restaurants. It just gets so heated, literally and figuratively, in a kitchen. And Steve, I worked at McDonald's for 4 years. Believe it or not, at the grill at McDonald's, people just get fired up, they get angry, and more than once, people would just start going at it. And like orders aren't coming out fast enough, or you're getting behind, or whatever. And so there's pressure even in a fast food industry or whatever. And so I saw people just throw down, and
like go at each other.
Go at each other, and equipment would go flying all over around the grill. It's a loud
Not the
fight.
fries!
Well, it's a loud fight because there's so much stuff that goes like flying off onto the ground and whatever. But it was, it's. I hate seeing fights, and seeing them in person just makes me feel like the knot in my stomach.
Yeah, especially when you're around bubbling oil.
Yes.
Yeah. And knives. I'm going to go to Greg. Hey, Greg, good morning.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, Greg. What's up, bud?
Stone cold chilling, keeping it real.
All good.
Yes,
Greg. All right, what do you want to tell us, man?
I work at a call site, and I was on the phone with a customer, and all of a sudden, like 5 feet away from me, 2 women decided to have a full-on almost fist-throwing, screaming match to the point where the person on the phone, the customer, was like, "Hi, what's going on there?"
Wow. And so how did the fight get broken up?
I had to stick my head out of the cubicle and be like, "Is everything okay here?" And customers, again, still on the line while it's happening, and then managers had to come in, and it got to the point where I was days later called into an interview to say, "Hi, what happened?"
So you were a material witness.
I was there. I literally poked my head. I could have, if I wanted to, I could have hit them with a stapler.
Wow, yeah. It's weird when you're trying to sell brick face or aluminum siding.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it. All right, what line case?
I want to Beth.
All right, let me go to her. Hi, Beth. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed. How are you?
Good morning to see you, Beth. What do you want to tell us?
So I worked at a used car dealership, and I had a coworker, and this coworker and I were like brother and sister, constantly bickering, fighting. It was a busy Saturday, and we were both in line for the finance office to get our customers into finance and back out. And we were arguing about who goes first. And he started to read me my Carfax, like my personal Carfax on my dating history. And he was saying things like previously certified, rear end damage. Whoa. And I had it, and I slapped him right across the face of our finance manager.
Wow. What happened?
And my finance manager, my finance manager, nothing could rattle this guy. And he just looked at us, and he goes, "Huh," and goes back to work.
Wow.
The rest of that Saturday, I was just waiting to get reprimanded for this, but nothing ever ended up happening. I was the only woman working on the sales floor at the time, so I feel like management thought she puts up with enough stuff from these guys.
Yeah.
Let this one slide.
Yeah, man,
Wow.
that bold move. And so the guy you slapped, did he change his tune, or was it business as usual after that?
Not at all. It was business as usual. It just continued on. Nothing changed until he left.
I would imagine, Preston, in situations like that, car dealerships, where you're essentially you're competing against your coworkers.
I would think things like construction, because there's a lot of ball busting that goes on.
Yeah.
And some of it's fun, and then some of it is malicious. And somebody just gets pushed too far.
And you have power tools.
And 2x4s and all kinds of things to play with.
And they play gags on each other that are actually painful. You know what I mean? Like, do you ever see the one where they measure the tape measure from your forehead to your crotch?
No.
And then they bring it up, and then they just
let go
of the tape measure, and it just ball taps them. It's hilarious to watch, but I don't know how I would react to that.
Yeah. I will go to Cindy next for a call.
Cindy!
Hi, Cindy.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, Cindy. What's up?
So I worked at an office that there was this guy, and he was sort of going through, I guess, like a midlife crisis. He started cheating on his wife with a younger woman who worked at a gentleman's club.
Okay.
And his wife found out and came to work, and it was at lunchtime, so everyone was sort of, not at their desks, and started screaming and confronting him. And then she punched him in front of the whole office. She laid him out totally. And then he just ran out of the office, and we didn't see him for like a week or two.
Oh, that's kind of
How
awesome.
do you come back to work after that?
Right.
Do you have guys? Could I get you in the conference center for just a minute?
No, you just show up and start working.
Hey, how about those fills, huh?
Wow.
I mean, he started dressing real nice and acting sort of different. I mean, he has 3 kids at home that were young, and we're like, oh, that's really odd. And then I guess she got whiff of it, and because she saw his text, and that was the end of that.
So, Cindy, you said he kind of cleaned up his act physically? I mean, the way he presented himself?
I don't know that.
No. I mean, the way he presented himself.
That was when he was dating someone else.
Oh, that was when he was dating someone
That
else.
was a tip-off. I have to look good for my stripper.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Cindy. I thought maybe he got in so much trouble that the wife kind of cracked him into shape.
Yeah.
It probably was over after that, I'm going to guess. I will go to Ken next. We're talking about fights that happen at work, at your place of business. Hey, Ken, good morning, bud.
Greetings from North Carolina, guys.
Oh, thanks for checking in, man. What part of North Carolina?
Raleigh.
Excellent. All right, what do you want to tell us, man?
All right, so when I first moved down here, I was running an ice rink. Not too crazy there. I was also a hockey referee. When my kids were born, I went into IT, and it was my first IT job. And I was there about 6 months. One day, there's this loud commotion coming from one of the conference rooms. So I go in. Turns out one guy's getting let go, and he's got his hiring manager up against the wall by the neck.
Oh, my God.
So without even thinking, and it wasn't me trying to be brave, but it was as a hockey ref, they teach you how to break up a fight.
Yeah.
And I grabbed the guy's arms and I just start walking him backwards. And that's kind of the simplest way to put it.
And so what happened?
I move him back. I just walk him back to his office. I'm like, all right, here we go. We're walking,
We're walking.
We're walking here. I get him to his office. The other HR person comes, kind of gives me a tap on the shoulder, like, all right, your job is done here. Go back to your spot.
Oh, my God.
I get back to my spot. Like I said, it's not me being brave. It's just I was used to working in an ice rink. I was used to fights in that area.
Environment.
Not necessarily in a professional area.
Well, you raise a good point because that's so often is the shock of it. You're, again, when I saw the screaming C word exchange take place between these two people, you just don't. It's not in a business environment. But I wonder what occupations, what lines of work, like you mentioned, Nick, the kitchen, where it's like, my wife has talked about this, where because she worked, as a waitress for many years. There's this, hey, this back and forth, like the bear.
Yeah.
That kind of environment. Is that unique? Are there other occupations that lend themselves to the employees fighting with each other?
Well, sometimes I'm sorry to interrupt, Casey. Sometimes it's one part of the staff against the other. So you got kitchen staff versus wait staff.
Right.
You've got, say, like a car dealership, you've got the shop versus the sales.
Mm-hmm. Right. And the different salesmen and women against each other because they're competing for sales.
I bet you there's a lot of maybe not fist fights, but within sales. You know what I mean? Because they're competing for business. I mean, we fist fight with sales all the time. It's usually programming against
Mostly
sales.
Cowper.
I saw Kathy won't admit this, but she had Bill Burns in a leg scissor lock.
I did. Yeah. I took that guy down.
Feel the burns.
Here's one that says, being a former manager at Wawa, nothing more endearing than seeing two employees, 65-year-old women, getting into a fight at the register at 6 a.m. like high school kids.
Now, those employees are just customers.
Doesn't indicate.
Okay,
I'm guessing maybe they were employees.
Man, all these stories, I'm like, I wish something like that would happen at my
around
work.
here. Yeah,
I mean, I don't really want it, but like that'd be pretty damn entertaining.
This probably isn't my place, but you'll never guess who called you the C word. Why would they do that?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of my radio career if I've ever seen
Well,
that.
we had one here at our station. Not at our station, but in our building. It may have been before we got here.
Yeah.
Remember? He dove over the...
Yeah. It was
What
like
happened?
a live broadcast of some sort, right?
I thought it was here. He dove over the conference table and...
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting this.
He might work here again.
No. Pierre and Jackie still work here.
I tell you, it's a salad ball.
No, not at our station. At a station.
Oh, at one of our sister stations down the hall.
Other things that we talk about. Right?
Yeah. We talk about sports a lot,
Yeah,
right?
they do.
Yeah.
No,
I think you're
Preston,
right. I vaguely remember
I think
that.
they play whatever they want.
No.
There's one
Nobody works
employee.
there.
She yells at herself in
She's strangling herself.
in the studio.
Now, there was a guy you used to work with at DRE, and then he was, I forgot who was, a sportscaster locally here in Philly that he worked with. It might have been at WIP or whatever, and there was a fist fight.
That's crazy.
Which was like, really? I was like, the guy Brian was one of the nicest guys I've ever met, and
it's crazy.
It's
crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, I find it funny when in like the mixed martial arts and boxing world when people fight before the fight,
right?
Like, when they're doing the stare down.
I can't wait to beat. I'm gonna pre-beat your ass.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah, I wanted to go to this one. This is Kelly who did something to a coworker. Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry
Hi.
to bother you guys at work.
No, it's all right. And we don't want you to bother us at work because apparently you'll kick our ass if that is the case. But What happened?
Well, listen, I had a coworker. This was many moons ago. I was working at a college, and they had students that come in and work the office with you. And she came in and she said, "I'm not here today. I'm just studying." And she sat at her desk, which was fine. I left her alone for a while. But when my boss called and said he needed something, quickly, I asked her to just turn on the computer, and she wigged out and said, "I told you I'm not working here. You got to leave me the hell alone." And she just went off like deep end and actually pulled my hair, tried to pull me out of my chair.
Whoa.
And was going to take me outside to kick my ass. And I thought, oh, no, this is not happening.
So she drew first blood.
Yeah.
She did. Once she did that was over.
Yeah.
So I grabbed her hand and just kind of pushed it down on my head and dropped to my knees, and her wrist snapped.
You broke her wrist. Now, was that a move you had done before, or was that totally improvised?
Well, it's funny because my sister was taking karate classes, and she had just shown me this move.
Yeah, that's what you do. If someone grabs, because women grab their hair,
Yeah.
if someone grabs your hair, you grab their hand.
Yeah.
And you now have
Well, that's
control. They don't
exactly
have
what it
control
is.
over you. Yeah.
Well, I can tell you it works. However, I felt horrible. I called my husband on the phone crying. I was like, "Oh my God!" He's like, "Are you kidding me? That's awesome. No one will ever touch you again." I was like, "Well, that's true."
Yeah, Kelly, you were attacked.
Did you get in trouble? I mean, what were the repercussions from this incident?
Actually, nothing. Everybody gave me a wide berth, and I was Miss Kelly after that.
You broke someone's wrist. Listen, it would not have happened had she not attacked you.
Yeah.
And that's it. Simple.
That's all. That's exactly right.
I hope she saw it that way.
Meek and mild.
Did you guys have to work side by side after that?
We did, and it was she actually gave me a little bit of respect. She's like, gave me props, I guess, because
All right.
I just didn't take it.
Wow.
You Rambo'd her ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks,
Absolutely.
Kelly.
Yeah.
Appreciate
All
it.
right, thanks. Have a good day, guys.
Man, I'm trying to think if I've ever seen it happen at work.
I've told the story. Now, technically, it was a co-worker, but he was off that day, but came in. I told you to attack me with the box cutter.
Yeah.
In the loading hallway behind Beat Alton Bookstore, and he was on something. And it's surreal when you're in the moment. You're like, what?
Did this just happen?
What?
Yeah.
And I'm saying to him, well, what? And he was on something. And I laid him out. I knocked him out. And I called, this is how bad I am. I call his father and say, I think your son needs some help.
Yeah.
And they came to pick him up. But the dude was swinging a box cutter at me.
Yeah, dude, that's serious. That's
Yeah.
assault with a deadly weapon.
Steve, you talk about like not knowing what the hell's going on in case. You remember when you and I were at the event the one time and that lady grabbed my neck and started choking me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, what was this?
What event was that? What?
It was at the Lofts of LA Forge. This was like probably 15 years ago at this point. And
She was out of her mind.
She was out of her mind. And
highly intoxicated.
And Steve, like you telling that story just triggered the memory for me. I was like, what the hell is going on? And her fingers were around my neck and her nails were digging into my neck. And I was like, this person is choking. And that's the process that started going through your head. Am I being choked right now?
You can't believe it.
Yeah.
Nick,
And it was out of nowhere.
Kind of an attractive girl.
Yeah, she was hot.
Yeah.
And her boyfriend was there, and like I just was like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on? And then Casey and I were chatting about it afterwards. And I was like, well, I just got choked, right? And you're like, yeah, she was kind of assaulting you.
What, did you have to push her?
I had
get
to
away?
I pushed her away a little bit, and then her boyfriend grabbed her and pulled her back. She was absolutely hammered. Not that that's an excuse, but after that, we ended up having security at those events. They had started to send cops to him because it was like,
what is it? Because the guy who attacked me with the box cutter looked a little bit like Kathy, like Richard Gere.
Really?
Yeah, he was. That's why it's always weird to look at him because I'm like, Richard Gere.
Don't trust good-looking people.
Yeah, exactly. So, Steve,
don't trust good-looking people.
When that happened to you, at what point did your brain actually like click on you? Like,
I started laughing because I thought certainly this is a joke.
Right.
And then he's swinging the box cutter, and there was again this thing, and I'm like. And I said, I'm going to have to hit you. I'm going to have to hit you. I'm going to have to hit you. And then I hit him. And his nose was bleeding. And then he seemed to come to afterwards. But I'm like, what the hell? Then you feel bad.
Right. I can't believe I punched this guy that was about to kill me.
Yeah. Right, we got time for one more call, and then we got a break because we want to stay on top for Good Money It. I will go to Joe next. Hey, Joe, you're on the air, my man.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What's up, bud?
Not much. I had a supervisor who he didn't know how to socialize with his guys, and he would try to break our balls, but he would cross the line. And we got done a long day of work one time, and he just said the wrong thing to this guy, and he chased him around the shop with I don't know, it was a tool. I think it was like a shovel or something, maybe just a handle.
Wait, one of the workers chased the supervisor around?
Yes, yeah, and the supervisor actually had to jump into a pickup truck and lock it, and like had to call the police because nobody was getting near this guy to take the shovel handle away.
So Joe, this supervisor just would like prod and thought he was kind of busting chops, but
yeah, he thought he was being like one of the guys just breaking balls, but he just like crossed the line, and I think he said something about the guys like being stupid or something.
So while you're watching this, what's going through your mind? Like, this is awesome, or?
No, it was not. It was. I mean, it was funny for me and a couple of the other guys that was watching it go down, but it was surreal. Really, I couldn't believe that. Like, stuff you think you hear about in magazine stuff.
Right. Something happens in a movie. It's good advice though if you're in a supervisor position to realize that you can't play.
Yeah.
You're not one of the boys.
You're not one of the boys.
It's a different role you have to take. All right, Joe. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Well, we got it started on this conversation because Perry Farrell really tried to get something. He tried to get into a fight with Dave Navarro on stage. You probably saw the video. It got out of hand. They had to drag him off, and the band ended up quitting the show early and everything. So, these fights at work are definitely standouts when they occur if you have a chance to see one. So, but if you haven't seen that video yet, you can go to WMMR.com. We've got the video and description of what's going on in that. All right, I want to take a break because we've got Bizarre File on the way, but we also have your first chance today at winning $1,000 with good money. It begins today, Monday through Friday, 5 days a week. Don't miss this chance. We'll come right back with it. Stay with us.
Particles at the speed of light. So, we'll see. You never know.
Yeah.
We're going to have a bunch of really, athletic mice.
Right. I thought that was pretty great news.
That is good news.
So,
every little, baby steps or mouse steps.
Mouse steps, if you will. Speaking of challenges, of online challenges, there was one, Steve. It's called the Skull Breaker Challenge.
Oh, this dumb thing.
Yeah. I saw this a few weeks ago. There was a video. Somebody had posted a clip of these two girls doing it to.
It's all over TikTok, yeah.
Yeah, but this was a couple of weeks ago. That supposedly, and the story was the girl was like special needs, and they were bullying her, and but anyway, so that turned me off to it immediately. But yeah, anything that talks about breaking your skull and a challenge, I may want to pass on. But you've seen what this is?
No, I only saw the. That there's like a big up in arms about this.
Yeah, so it's three people. Two people are in on it, one person isn't. So you stand side by side, you're facing a camera, and the idea is the two people on the outside jump up in the air, and then after they jump, the person in the middle jumps by themselves up. And I guess they tell them, they give them some kind of setup to make them do it. And as the person in the middle jumps up, the other two knock their feet out from underneath the person in the middle. And I mean,
like, why?
Face plant. I mean, we're talking.
That's not cool.
Broken neck, broken, nose, whatever. Really nasty falls that can happen. And that's apparently a thing right now.
Oh man,
a local kid got injured having this happen.
Well, skulls have been cracked. Yeah. So that's part of the deal. And I mean, you're doing it on concrete and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm honestly sick of these goddamn things with eating Tide and all this stuff. And it's like. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you guys seen the invisible string trick? That one?
Describe it.
All right. Okay. So I wasn't sure if you've seen it.
No,
or
I have not.
No, you take somebody, you sit them down in front of you, and you act like you have a string.
Oh, I have seen it. Yep. Okay.
It's a little bit funny, right?
It's kind of funny, yeah.
All right.
So go ahead and finish describing how this works.
So you walk up and you say, all right, I'm holding the string, and you act like you're putting the string into their ear and then pulling it out the other side, and then you ask them to hold one side of the string.
It's a joke. They don't think there's really a string there.
Course,
it's just play along, follow me, do this for me.
All right, so you're holding one side of the string, I'm holding the other side of the string. Okay, now yank that side of the string really hard, and so when they yank it really hard, your hand slaps them across the face because it's holding onto the other side of the string.
Yeah.
So
it's similar to that is funny, but you're not gonna smash someone. There's one that involves also with the AFV has videos of it constantly with trying to catch the dollar or the card against the wall with their forehead. You've seen that.
Yes. My son tried to do the string one to me.
Right.
And I go, I've already seen it. And then he's like, no, you got to do it. I go, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
He
wanted so bad for you to do it.
Oh, so guess what he did? He just slapped me across the face.
Why not just cut out the whole act?
Just
and do
punch
that
you in the face.
Or, hey, you want to see something? Whap.
I've tied an invisible string to the end of this baseball bat, and I'm going to put it through your ear. So yank on it hard.
I saw this other one. A mother's been filmed letting her teenage son slap her breasts to the tune of a song as part of a TikTok challenge.
What?
Uh-huh.
No. No.
Aiden Ridings, who is 17, filmed the video and uploaded it last week in a strange attempt to gain more followers. The 8-second video starts with the two standing opposite each other as the 2008 hit Undercover Martin by Two Door Cinema Club plays. The teenager dances to the tune before hitting one breast after the other in quick succession in time with the beat. This is his mom, mind
His
you.
mom?
Yeah.
No, this isn't okay.
No.
This is not okay.
You wouldn't let Jace do that, Kathy?
And the mom let him do that.
Yeah.
Let Jace do it to the baby shark.
So let's see here. What does it say? He said both he and his mother were happy with the video and they found it amusing. So is this a challenge? Slapping the boobs?
It is now.
I don't know.
We should create listen, I think there's no challenge you could create on social media, especially on TikTok, that somebody would not try to emulate. No matter how patently, obviously, harmful. Dangerous and harmful.
Ace, what about the one that I've been sending you that I want to do with you? The
I want to do
light
that one.
switch.
The switch one, yeah.
I hit the switch. It's some song. I don't know what it is. Or I hit the light switch or something like that. And it's just people swapping. So it's two people in the video. The song says hit the switch or I hit the switch. It goes to black for a second and comes back. And then the two people have basically reversed roles. So like people are changing clothes. One is like a father and a son. It's kind of cute.
All right, it's a little video.
Yeah.
Finagling.
When do you get to hit someone's breasts?
All right. Yeah, when do I get to hit somebody's boobs? What is this?
I've never heard the song before.
This is the song.
So,
all right. This is the hit your mom's boobs song. I guess it happens right here. Oh, whap whap.
Yeah, that's you can also finger your grandmother.
Oh my God, Steve!
Yeah, that's another riff. You guys have not seen that?
Nope. No, not once.
Yeah. It's very funny.
That's on TikTok?
Yeah, TikTok.
And I even gave him a kiss on the cheek.
We should go home.
Yeah.
It's called the finger gum gum.
Yeah, finger gum gum.
Oh.
There's gum on my finger. Gum on my finger.
Oh my God.
Wow. Queen Elizabeth has a reputation for being a bit staid, but the 94-year-old is quite different behind the scenes, according to her biographer.
I'm working as an escort.
Sally Bedell Smith, author of Elizabeth the Queen, The Life of a Modern Monarch.
So how does she let her hair down?
Well, Smith tells people that she spoke to an insider at her estate in Norfolk, Sandringham, who said you can hear her laugh throughout that big house. She has a big laugh.
Really?
So apparently she's cackling and giggling down the hallways all the time.
That is a big laugh for the Queen.
All over the
Apparently, while watching a rerun of Prince Charles' 1981 wedding to Princess Diana, she said, "Oh, there's my Miss Piggy face." She has the ability to laugh at herself, according to this person. Smith told people that during a shoot celebrating her Diamond Jubilee in 2012, she told the photographer, Barry Jeffrey, to just keep the camera rolling as she broke from the norm. And the Queen proceeded to strike a series of poses, slipping her hands in and out of her pockets, placing them onto her hips, mimicking the stances of a professional model.
Tongue between her fingers?
Her dressmaker and close confidant, Angela Kelly, had said that, yeah, she was having fun in that photo shoot.
I'd love to see that.
They said they stood in disbelief. The Queen was a natural, Kelly marveled. Barry and I felt like we were experiencing something really special, a moment never to be repeated.
There's great footage of her on the set of Over the Top, where she is.
Was she the final battle?
She was the final battle.
She put a crown on backwards.
I need to go back and read the cast from that movie because I've forgotten how many people were in
cameos.
that. Yeah, well. I did see it was like a Reddit thread recently, and someone was talking about which way you face during the shower when you take a shower.
Oh, okay.
And so they were saying that when not
All I
washing,
did was get out of the shower.
not washing their hair, they face forward. When they are washing their hair, they face with the shower to the back. And I assume this is a woman who may not wash her hair every day. She has long hair, so some women don't.
My hair's moderate length.
But I didn't know. I'm spinning around constantly in the shower.
You're doing like spins.
I
singing
face towards, I turn back.
I have One
forward,
Direction.
I turn back. You do One Direction,
and I
this
performed.
is my first I've ever heard of somebody facing one way in the shower.
I perform songs from One Direction too. No, so actually, it's actually because of the construction of the shower. So my bath, I have my own bathroom. When we bought the house, it was more like there was a tub with a. With a curtain that went across, and it was so. My brother-in-law built a shower stall,
a walk-in shower.
Right. So, but it's shallow. So, if I were to stand, my shoulders might be touching both sides. So I turn to the side, and I have the shower.
Oh, okay.
So I'm facing the glass. I'm facing the wall. I'm facing the 4 cats looking at me naked. but let me ask you this: when you get out of the shower, do you immediately wrap yourself in a towel? I do not.
Oh my God!
I dry off in the shower.
Oh, me too.
I do.
We can shower together.
I don't wrap in a towel.
When I lived at home with my mommy, and I had no concept.
Mommy, come dry me.
I had no concept of what people did around the house. Like I used to use 2 towels every single time. Like now I use 1 towel and I use it
a week.
For like a week.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh God, laundry sucks, right?
I know.
Dude, my mom
had like
2
towels
towels every single time. 1 around my waist, 1 around my torso.
I have a completely separate question because Kathy said with drying the hair and getting too hot and sweaty. After a workout.
Oh, yes, the worst.
And then you shower and you get out and I'm
sweating?
like, I'm sweating.
I have to shower again.
I gotta take a shower.
So here's what I do in the summer.
I hate that.
I have my clothes laid out back in my room and the AC. I'll put the AC on the ceiling fan. I come out of.
You stand in front of it?
Yeah, I go out. Yes,
that would. It's a good idea.
Just to dry off.
Sure.
I didn't go through all this to re-sweat.
When I was in high school on the swim team, our practices were 5 a.m. I had no idea that. Dude, listen, you're swimming like 2 miles in practice.
It's a workout.
That is a workout.
Sweating?
I was sweating, but you don't know you're sweating because you're in the pool.
Yeah.
You don't know that you're sweating until you go to put your school uniform on, and everything is just sticking to you. Yeah, I had no clue.
Somebody wants to vouch for the towel warmer. I'm going to go to Tom. Hi, Tom. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ed. What's up, bud? Should I just say that every time now? Okay. All right, Tom, what's up?
We were getting our shower.
Oh, my God, he's possessed. Tom?
Yes, I'm here.
He still sounds like it. Tom, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Your connection is horrible, Tom.
WMMR goes into lockdown.
I put my towels in fire.
Coming to kill all of you.
I bathe in the river Styx, which is molten fire.
Oh, my God.
That is the most terrifying phone line I've ever heard.
I feel like we need to get clips from him.
Let's see if it clears up. Tom, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I'm sorry, it's a better now.
He's calling from Jupiter. Wow, Tom, your phone line. Your phone line sucks, bud. So, but it's awfully entertaining. Call back another time. Wow, that was bizarre.
Your mother is in here with us.
And it's Linda Blair's birthday.
Yeah, it's
we were just
perfect,
talking
yeah.
about that earlier. Wow. All right, let me see. We're going to have to wrap up here in just a second, right, Case? 'Cause we gotta get to No Sad Bro coming up. No Sad Doe, no Sad Bro. Hang on a second here. I'll go to Sean real quick. Sean, good morning.
It's shower time.
It's shower time, bitch.
All I did was get out of the shower.
William Shatner and his ex-wife Elizabeth are dividing up everything in their estate, from dogs to land to ashes of exes to horse semen.
Wow.
TMZ reports.
Okay, yeah, because he
loves it.
He's a breeder.
Yeah.
He loves
He puts it in his cereal.
Love horse semen.
I tell you, I love it in my cereal. It's so thick and creamy.
Wow.
There's just something about waking up to horse jizz.
Oh my gosh.
Elizabeth.
Spock, what's this in your coffee cup?
Elizabeth gets 2 horses. William gets all the dogs, 2 horses, and all of the horse semen. He gets
Who gets the jig-jill?
He gets all of the horse semen and equipment, the horse semen equipment.
He gets all the dogs?
He gets all the dogs, yeah.
Seems unfair.
Semen?
It's horse semen in my big, piping hot mug of coffee.
And these are per the papers obtained by TMZ. Elizabeth gets...
Yes, I'd like a bear claw and a coffee with horse semen. You don't have horse semen? You don't know how delicious it is in a cup of coffee?
So Elizabeth, gets a Malibu and a Versailles, Kentucky home. By the way, in Kentucky, it's pronounced Versailles, not Versailles. Plus her family farm in Indiana, while he gets a ranch and their Studio City home.
But I got the semen, correct?
He gets all the semen. Their agreement also spelled out animal visitation rights because they don't have children. So
Preston, you know what I love to do? I love to drink horse semen through a crazy straw.
Crazy straw.
Through a crazy straw. It looks wild.
Yeah, I can imagine. Wow. All right, we're going to leave with this. Johnny Depp has launched a $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife Amber Heard. He claims she lied about him abusing her, and furthermore claims that she cheated on him within 1 month of their marriage in 2015 with Tesla founder Elon Musk. He claims that Heard...
I have proof.
He claimed that Heard received late-night visits from Musk.
Where did you get that segue?
At the at the L.A.
Bitch, where'd you get this segue?
He got...
What's with all the rockets?
She had late-night visits from Musk at their L.A. home.
I'm a cowboy!
That Depp and Heard shared while he was traveling. Are you a cowboy or a pirate? Make up your mind.
Pie boy.
A pie boy, okay.
A pirate.
The 55-year-old suit against his 32-year-old ex reportedly stems from an op-ed that she wrote for the Washington Post in December, in which she said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." His career, he claims, has been damaged by the allegations and led to him being dropped from his lucrative role in the Pirates of the Caribbean films.
I think actually if he had just let this go, he'd draw...
Rejoice, it is 8 a.m. and the money shall flow.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
Here is our first keyword of the contest, and it is paycheck. All one word, P-A-Y-C-H-E-C-K. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways for you to do it. WMMR.com, the MMR app, or you can text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. The contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Again, the word is paycheck. P-A-Y, not pay-A-Y. P-A-Y-C-H-E-C-K. Enter that right now. And good luck to you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Planning on getting engaged? Go see Angelo and the team at Family and Company Jewelers and get her the perfect engagement ring, a ring from Family and Company, South Jersey's diamond destination. Hey, warning, I have some disturbing stories this morning. There were some really weird things that happened over the weekend. I'll ease our way into it. We'll start with this one. Believe it or not, this is not one of the disturbing ones, but a mother and her young child were attacked by a river otter while walking on a dock at a marina in Washington State on Thursday.
This is crazy. It's like Planet of the Otters.
The child was pulled off the dock by the otter and briefly dragged underwater during the incident.
Oh, my God.
The attack occurred at a marina in Bremerton, located on the Puget Sound across from Seattle. The mother was able to pull the child out of the water as the otter continued to attack. The animal continued to pursue them as they left the dock. The child sustained scratches and bites to the top of her head, face, and legs, and the mother was bitten in the arm during the attack. The child was treated at a local hospital for minor injuries. Age of the child was not available.
You just had the story about the Japanese jogger who was attacked by...
Yeah, I think it wasn't in Japan. It was somewhere else. It was another country. But yeah, I mean, we were looking at the pictures of her legs. I mean, she was absolutely ripped apart. River otters are fairly common throughout Washington and are often found in fresh, brackish, or saltwater habitats. There have been 6 documented human river otter incidents in Washington in the last decade.
Do you know the river population, the otter river population is increasing here in Pennsylvania? That's why I hike now. I bring dynamite with me.
Oh, you should, yeah.
In Indiana, emergency responders experienced a first when a medical call ended with firefighters rescuing a monkey that got loose and scaled a building.
A monkey.
Firefighters responded to a call for medical assistance and were confronted with a first for all 3 departments. Responders tended to the patient, learned that their monkey had gotten loose and scaled a building and could not get down on its own. He couldn't get down.
It's like mini Kong. You figure they're incredible climbers.
Yeah.
Firefighters were able to safely...
I know, I'm just not good at it.
They were able to bring the monkey down, and it was carried off for deputies while EMS
I want to thank everybody. You guys are totally professional. Thank you so much.
tended to it.
How about a banana?
All right, here is the first horrible story of the morning for you. The Florida mom, a Florida mom allegedly stabbed in the neck by her knife-wielding teenage son over the weekend, posted a haunting final message on Instagram the day before her gruesome murder. Now, this is a wild story, but there's a twist at the end here. Catherine Griffith was found dead. She was 39 years old in her Auburndale home by police officers who were called by her son, Colin, and cops arrived to find her dead with a knife wound to her neck and the 17-year-old covered in blood standing in the front of the house. Griffith had eerily captioned an Instagram post with lyrics from Taylor Swift's It's Time to Go with an image of remote footbridge leading into the forest. She had just posted it. It said, that old familiar body ache, the snaps from the same little breaks in your soul. You know when it's time to go. Sometimes giving up is the strong thing. So happy times with Colin are seen in many photos on his mom's feed, including one from May 5th where he's pictured in front of her in a bow-clad car. She had written, happy early graduation present. Congratulations, Colin, on your brand new 2024 VW Jetta. I love you and I'm so proud of you. So this is like a doting mom.
Absolutely.
And there's a series of other pictures of them having a great time and everything. So deputies arrived Sunday and said Colin showed zero emotion after allegedly killing his mother. Neighbors say they saw him grab her by the hair and pull her into the house as she repeatedly pleaded, let me go, before her body was discovered. Colin told police that he and his mother were in the midst of a long physical fight, which resulted in her falling on the knife, fatally lacerating her throat. However, he quickly asked for a lawyer when investigators pressed him on the incongruities of his story with the evidence at the scene. Colin had a history of abusing his mother, attacking her multiple times, including, quote, stomping on her, which resulted in the teen being held for mental health concerns. Upon release from that stint in the state's care, Colin allegedly threatened to kill himself or her. Kathy's death comes roughly after a year and a half. Listen to this. Comes roughly a year and a half after Colin was charged with fatally shooting his father, Charles.
So he murdered his father
in their Oklahoma home in 2023. No one else was home at the time of that. The then 15-year-old told police his father had cornered him in the house, and in an act of self-defense, he had shot him once in the chest and once in the head. The murder charge was dropped after Oklahoma authorities couldn't find evidence to dispute his claim of self-defense. They just couldn't prove it.
Yeah.
Kathy Griffin shared a compilation of photos of her and Colin with Charles, including a shot of the headstone on August 25th. A caption over the photos read, "We broke the pattern, but the pattern still broke us all into pieces. I still don't regret leaving. I regret not leaving sooner."
So I guess, was the husband abusive to the wife?
I don't know.
But the pattern turns out to be the son.
Colin is being charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, and violation of a no-contact order. The sheriff's office requested he be tried as an adult. That is just insane.
I was reading the story. I was looking at the pictures that you were talking about, Preston. Every picture looked like a loving,
that's why
son and mother.
When I see these people posting all their wonderful, great, amazing life, that's not all of it.
Never turn your back on your kids.
All right, and then we'll do one more story and wrap the B file. A woman has been left traumatized after finding a dismembered rat wedged in her bread.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Numbulelo Mukumla from South Africa had already gone through half of the loaf when she made the discovery while making some toast for breakfast.
Who wants some rat bread?
Footage showed on Facebook showed the mangled rat with hair, guts, and tail, all visible, lodged in 2 slices.
So do we believe the rat was decapitated prior to entering the bread, or was it decapitated as a result of preparation?
Nambulelo said, "I took the bread out of the fridge to make toast, noticed something disgusting and scary. I took a picture and sent it to my friends, and one of them said, FYI, that's a rat. I was in denial and suggested it might be something else, but the rat scenario made sense. It's possible the rat got into the bread at the factory and no one noticed." She claims to have gone back to the shop to raise the issue and was allegedly told to complain directly to the supplier, who was the PepsiCo company. She sent the brand an email alongside her video and images of the bread. PepsiCo South Africa said,
"Good news, you've won."
They have assured customers that an investigation has been launched and that the samples have been taken from the batch in question. The company also said that it has been in touch with Numbuelo as well.
Here's the ultimate test, Nick. The bread. You really want the bread.
Come in.
You find the rat in the bread. This is the Nick standard, and I think we can all learn from this.
Can you carve around where the rat was? What kind of bread are we talking?
The rest of the bread's going to be okay.
I mean, honestly.
It's like we find a piece of mold on cheese. Cut that part off.
I think there's wiggle room there.
Is this a good baguette that we're talking about?
I'm not sure. I think it was a sandwich bread of some type.
Okay, not rat bread.
Rat bread. I'll eat a rat in that bread.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, you have 5 minutes left. We had done our first Good Money It keyword of the day, the first one of this entire kickoff, this promotion. The word is paycheck. So you have 5 minutes left to enter that now. Paycheck. And you can do it 3 different ways. Enter it at WMMR.com. You can do it through the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number that we have is 45911. So this is stop number 1. How about you win that one? That'd be great, right? The very first one we do, and you win it. Enter that now. We're going to take a break. A little later on this morning, Jeff Tremaine will be joining us, talking about a new documentary series, Nothing But a Good Time. It's about 80s hair metal. Can't wait to talk to him about that. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
By engaging in this, he's drawing more attention to it. Kind of let it just go inert. I would have read that op-ed piece.
Yeah, but you know what? But the thing is, if he truly is innocent of all of these things,
thank you.
It doesn't matter if he lets it go because 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, that's going to be his legacy, and I guess he doesn't want to stand for that. If indeed he is,
can I tell you something?
Yeah,
I love you, roast beef.
Thanks. Thank you, Preston.
The claim adds Ms. Heard is not a victim of domestic abuse. She is a perpetrator.
She is a perpetrator.
Yeah, Depp report. What?
I don't know. I was just waiting for a Yosemite Sam moment.
I don't know what that was, but it was, because of the classic Johnny Depp Yosemite Sam.
Yeah, well, it was a cowboy thing.
Oh,
okay, I got you.
I mean, really, any moment is a good Yosemite Sam.
He's been a pirate, too.
He has been a pirate.
I don't think that you can go wrong with Yosemite Sam.
It's just perfect.
Let me know if there's anything else you're waiting for, and I'll set you up, okay?
All right, good.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp's actions prove that he is unable to accept the truth of his ongoing abusive behavior. This is according to, the other side.
Yes.
But
we've seen what appears to be damning video of him going on a tirade.
And, in the tirade, he's just slamming things down.
Where are the Cocoa Puffs?
He's not actually being physical with her.
Doggy. Little doggy. He looks so. It's just him waking up, and he's in a bad mood.
His mother, somebody
he's
just
wearing
died,
a cowboy hat. Did his mom just die?
I don't. Yeah, I think so. It might have been shortly after that. But yeah, he's wearing the cowboy hat and sunglasses, and he's just.
Yeah.
Where are my spurs?
Yeah.
He's got his cap gun
Where
shooter.
are my spurs? I don't want to look like some cowpoke.
So he's leaving them laying around somewhere. He can't find them. They're supposed to be.
God damn it! I just stepped on my spurs.
Here they are.
They're supposed to be
Give
in
me
the
my spurs.
supposed to be in the laundry room.
Look at that.
Yeah.
They're walking over on their own.
I guess so.
I got the new ones from Nike. They're autonomous.
Boy, ladies and gentlemen, what a treat. Filling in for Pierre Robert. Your midday excursion today will be hosted by the man about town, Bill Weston.
God, talk about setting the bar really low.
When's the last time you've done a music shift?
I did a 6 to 10 Saturday morning show like 5 or 6 months ago.
Okay.
I came in and got off before you guys were up.
By the way, I remember there was one. You get good feedback. People enjoy hearing you on the air, and obviously you're no neophyte to this. So,
I follow the program director's credo called Tight and Bright.
Tight and bright.
How long were you a jock?
Oh, gosh. Maybe 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it most of that in Buffalo?
Most of that was Love Lines, Nick.
I did top 40 in Erie, the worst 2 years of my life. I did a couple years on a rock station in Buffalo, best years of my life. And then started getting into programming because I realized I was an okay jock, but I was probably a better programmer.
Okay. Yeah, you're a great programmer. I have a question about, we have this thing, it's called the Zeta system, which is the software system that has all the music and commercials and all this stuff. You know how to run it pretty well?
Yeah, pretty much. There's the amount of dead air that Pierre manages to eke out of that system?
Because truth be told, I couldn't run this. There's no way. Casey does all the. I just hit the buttons to put everything in motion. If I had to do this on my own, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, yeah, Pancake will
I don't do it enough. But Pancake, you got a great producer.
Yeah, and you know what?
Following you up there.
Chuck schedules a lot of stuff, and Todd in promotions. And if you don't change it, if you kind of run it the way it's supposed to run, you don't have to do a whole lot. Just stop it and start it, right? So
Now, are you going to do your usual War of the Roses and Hot Girl Check-In?
Hot girl check-in.
I'm going to be celebrating National French Bread Day. What is it, like Baguette Day today?
We've got these 19-foot loaves of French bread out in the green room, plus chocolate chip cookies the size of manhole covers.
You know what? It's also National Ravioli Day, so you can celebrate
so we're going to be a big block of songs about ravioli, right? At 12 noon. And Bill,
Hi, we're Warren, and we love ravioli.
a 10-minute version of Bill's Bulletin.
Oh,
Instead
wow.
of Pierre's Planner.
Bill's Bulletin.
No, we're not going. We're not doing that.
Bill's Bulletin. I like that.
Oh, boy.
We're going to play a lot of music.
And then the farmer board.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Weston with the Bill's Bulletin.
Good evening, Mr. America. Mr.
And all the ships at sea.
Ships at sea.
This one goes out to Lottie in Kansas, who's having her hip replacement surgery today. Lottie, we're pulling for ya.
Do you want me to run sound effects for you?
No, it's good. I will, in honor of Chester Bennington's birthday today, we'll get some Linkin Park on. We're going to do some blocks for The Clash, one of my favorite bands ever. Since we missed out on World Clash Day a couple weeks ago, we're going to make up for it today in a big block of Clash.
Did you ever see The Clash perform live?
I did not.
That is one of my greatest concert experiences.
I did see them. Oh, God. I just realized I did see The Clash.
Really? You just blocked it out of your favorite band, or you blocked it out of your mind?
It was at a stadium. They were at a part of a stadium tour with The Who.
That's when I saw
it. It was David Johansen,
Yes.
and then The Clash, and then The Who.
Yeah.
So
That was very Rocky V. It was like,
I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning. It's very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including, most of all, you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan-based, was it not?
100% fan-based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, and they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called "Release the Snyder Cut." And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope, and tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times, the studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this.
It's miraculous.
Yeah.
It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zack, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, that's it. And then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. Our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community. Because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard, or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible, especially during this pandemic where there's a lot of people suffering, through some hard times, on top of the, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective, what happened. That ended up, when we thought we were fighting, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by far, by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever. And again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone. And for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which is Touch Your Life, and is sadly touching so many lives right now, and then turn a negative into a positive. But I have to ask you, so there is so much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. To me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Zach was actually giving us a pass and suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from the time of Live Aid, and it would probably it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go, as have legions, bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. How are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
The movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and, 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah. I spent the majority of the weekend noticing things for you.
The Noticer, down an empty field, across an alleyway. You know the drill. He sees things you don't see. He notices, so you don't have to.
And I did a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, WMMR is proud to present The Noticer.
Thank you very much. So
his noticing skills are unparalleled.
We're going to start...
A noticer par excellence.
We're going to start with
Notice like the wind, my friend.
A cat dying.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
I knew that would get your attention. A much-loved Moggy, believed to be the oldest cat in the world, died. The cat was 33 years old.
He's a cat.
Think about that.
And he's dead.
33 years old. If you're lucky enough to live to 100 years old, this cat will have been with you for a third of your life.
It's pretty amazing. Yeah. The longest run I had on a cat was 21 years.
Okay.
Hubert won.
Yeah.
Was 21 years.
Yeah, we had 22. That was Madison.
Yeah.
And Bumper was 21.
Oh, wow.
Two back-to-back long-living cats.
My cousin had a cat named Oreo. I'm just quick question. What color do you think Oreo was?
Oh, my God.
Black and white, tuxedo.
Brown?
Yeah, no. So, and Oreo lived, I want to say, at least 25. And I thought the crazy thing was Oreo was a single cat and an outdoor cat. Two things that tend to sort of work against the longevity.
Yes, yes, but sometimes, and in this case, great, very cool.
How long did Oreo live?
I think 25 years.
Wow, 25.
It was had a long run.
So Rosie, a fluffy tortoiseshell, passed away in the hallway of her home in Norwich, Norfolk, with owner Lila Brissett by her side. She was born in 1991 and was the unofficial holder of the title of world's oldest cat, as the current holder is a 28-year-old cat called Flossie from Kent. And that cat was born in 1995. Rosie turned 33 on June 1st this year.
What's with the British cats?
And died at the equivalent of the age of 152.
It's amazing.
Human years. Yep.
It's amazing.
Lila had adopted Rosie when she was a kitten. Rosie loved eating and sleeping and was often found napping in the window of Lila's home as she became an indoor cat in her later years.
You can say that about a cat. Their hobbies are eating, sleeping, and napping.
They liked eating and sleeping.
The delineation between sleeping and napping.
Lila had been approached by a cat rescue in the 90s with Rosie as a kitten who needed rehoming after her first household realized that her daughter was allergic. Lila, who is widowed, had previously rescued an abused cat and a stray dog, so happily welcomed Rosie into their home.
Yeah, you're right. A third of your life if you make it to 100. It's pretty amazing to have an animal like that. And that's why, these people, these Schwarzenegger all of a sudden, that get these birds that live 80, 90, years.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. R2, we were like, oh my God. And the last, year or two, they really deteriorated.
It's a stick with fur on it.
It was, I mean,
it's what it becomes.
Because their fur gets all funky and it was just kind of sad.
Hubert looked like a walking pipe cleaner at the, and I loved him dearly.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So, according to the Guinness Book of World Records, the oldest cat alive currently on record is 27. Wait a minute. I just said a second ago it was 28. The hell's with this article? But the oldest cat ever
33.
is Cream Puff.
Cream Puff.
Who was born in Austin, Texas in 1967, lived until August 6, 2005 at 38 years and 3 days.
Wow. It's almost incomprehensible.
Man, oh man.
38.
Yep. That is a lengthy, lengthy run. That's why when our second cat, or the last of our two cats died, I'm like, okay, let's pump the brakes on pets for a moment. And let's just hold off here and enjoy not having that added responsibility.
How long did that hold out?
Oh, 4 months, 5 months, whatever. And the kids wanted dogs. And I'm like, you realize that's more responsibility than cats? Yeah, but we'll do it. The dog has to be walked and fed. Oh, we'll do it.
Please, oh, Dad.
Sure.
Yeah, who does it?
You. Yeah.
Yep. I do all the walking. But Rochelle does all the vet and all the more important things. But they can, once you take on a pet, keep in mind, it can be around for a while, and that's a great thing, great companion, but it can also last longer than you think.
Exactly.
Some
sage advice.
All right, let's see what else we noticed here. All right.
The noticer noticed something else.
I did.
Tell us, noticer.
Any night now, the astrophysicists say that a new star will appear in the night sky. Wow. About as bright as a North Star, the result of a cosmic explosion in a distant constellation millennia ago. But once you see it, don't get used to it. The so-called recurring nova star, T Coronae Borealis, which periodically mutates into an Earth-sized hydrogen bomb, will flame out in less than a week. But if you're around, you'll get another shot at seeing it at the beginning of the 22nd century. So maybe you'll be lucky then.
So this David Boreanaz, when this explodes,
yes,
it will be visible for how long?
About a week, roughly. So precisely when the nova, affectionately known as T-Crib, I think.
It has a rap name.
TCRB, in the astronomical community.
T-Crib in the house.
T-Crib in the house. Come on now.
T-Crib in the house, blowing up the sky, make you feel like you are so fly.
Wow. I know.
I'm spitting that
you have some
verse.
serious soul.
Yeah.
So when it will be visible is unclear, astronomers say, and nailing the timing is a bit more complicated than predicting what time the sun will rise. That was almost as uncomfortable as hearing Robin Williams when he tries to rap from time to time. And
I just don't possess the DNA.
No. All right, it could be sometime this month. Maybe even this week or maybe not until winter, but the evidence is unmistakable that it will appear soon. So astronomers...
I'd like to see that.
They know the explosion has occurred because it happens about once every 80 years. And looking into their backward crystal balls, they have observed that T-Crib has undergone a signature loss in star power that has preceded previous cataclysms. So the nova, not to be confused with a self-destructing supernova, was last observed in February 1946.
It's amazing when you think about what you're seeing in the night sky is
it's a memory.
It's a memory.
Kind of. Yeah.
It's history.
Of what's really happening.
What you're seeing is the past when you look up at the sky.
Yep.
There's one small corner where the part where it says coming soon. That's the new stuff.
So I wasn't aware of this until I was a senior in high school, and a girl that I was seeing at the time, she was the one who explained to me the fact that the light that I'm looking at is from, however. I was like, wait, what? Like my brain just couldn't comprehend that.
Yeah. So before it was seen in 1946, the last time before that was May 1866.
Unbelievable. I was 4.
A German priest.
Now you're 3. You're about to turn 4.
Yeah.
A German priest, Abbot Bouchard of Upsburg.
What's Upsburg?
Cited it all the way back in 1217.
Look at that industrious guy.
Mentions of the nova appear in the Middle Ages writings of Chinese and Korean observers as well.
You stop and think about, obviously, all that we know now, but think of those, the people of that time having the capability and the presence of mind and the brain power with basically stone knives and stuff to look up into the sky and figure these things out.
Yeah, it's incredible. The earlier...
And yet they couldn't invent Flex Seal.
Well, they didn't need a boat. They didn't need a screen door that could turn into a boat at that point.
There were no screen doors.
They didn't need it.
Yeah.
When they needed it, they came up with it.
Yeah, you're right.
But no, the earlier scientists and scholars of that time, it's amazing that they were able to delineate some things that they did.
I mean, to just decipher some of the mysteries of the universe. Look at Stonehenge as a celestial calendar,
and things like being able to use shadows and so on to determine distances and to navigate
and to make the image of a snail against a wall.
Oh yes, it's the shadow puppets are
shadow puppets.
Takes a lot of talent. So it's 3,000 light years from Earth.
It's amazing.
So why does this keep exploding? Well, here's the explanation of that. The star's nearest neighbor is a gigantic gaseous nuisance. It's kind of like working next to Casey.
Pump it out.
It was good. I'm playing mad.
Thank you.
Playing mad.
Gaseous nuisance. The nova is a white dwarf, the lesser half of a binary system in which two stars are bound together by gravity. Its partner is a red giant, and that leaks hydrogen because its gravity can't hold it all. And eventually it's lured by the gravitational system of its partner, the white dwarf nova, which is from the Latin for new, as in a new star.
We'll call it Peter Dinklage.
The white dwarf is an Earth-sized core of dead star that is unimaginably hot, perhaps exceeding 180,000 degrees Fahrenheit. When enough hydrogen accumulates on the white dwarf, the result is a nuclear explosion that NASA says is about 10 times stronger than the annual output of the sun.
Think about that, because it's pretty hot, the sun.
Yeah.
And so this thing, even though it's fairly small comparatively,
it's compact, it's
Earth size. You wouldn't be able to see it.
It's astonishing.
With a telescope, but when it blows up, it gets really, really huge. And I guess it's just that hydrogen that explodes because, obviously the core of that sticks around. To find the nova, here's how you locate it in the sky.
Put it in your GPS.
Follow the tail that trails the scooper of the Big Dipper. All right, so the tail that trails it. That will lead you to Arcturus, one of the brightest stars in the sky. And just to the east of Arcturus is the Corona Borealis constellation, of which T-Crib is an occasional member.
So, okay.
The Corona Borealis is apparently, that's a group.
Right.
And T-Crib is an occasional member. The nova
featuring T-Crib
will be just below the apex of the constellation's curved crown of stars, visible to the naked eye. Wow. Okay.
What part of the sky are we looking at now when this is to occur?
I don't know.
Just look for the Big Dipper and
This
then
time
go
of
up to
year.
the handle of the Big Dipper.
Yeah, I don't know when.
That's kind of the only thing when I look into the sky. I'm like, oh, there's Big Dipper.
You can, I'm good at locating that.
Yeah, that and Orion are the two that are easily identifiable, and they're pretty much they're large and bright. So that will be interesting.
It is pretty amazing.
I wonder. maybe we should talk to Derek Pitt sometime in the near future about that. That's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
the Pitt man.
Phenomenon over at the
Antique Crib
at the Franklin Institute. All right, let's see what else we got here. You know what's interesting? I'm going to mix some things up here because it's only Monday and we're ways off from the connoisseur. But I need to go ahead and mention maybe one or two things because there was one. Where the hell is it? Yeah. So a new ranking of the best pizza restaurants.
Oh, boy.
Has come out. Yeah.
In case you're going to dial into this.
Yeah, pizza awards.
Chains or like these are mom and pop shops?
These
and
are the best pizzerias in the world.
In the friggin' world.
In the world.
Yeah, so it's not just that. I don't know if any of these are chains or not, but they are the best pizza restaurants, pizzerias in the world, and pizza chefs, and the best pizza they came up with. So, topping the list for 2024 is Una Pizza Napolitana in Manhattan's Lower East Side.
Una Pizza Napolitana?
Yeah. And that was second last year.
I guess is Naples like a hotbed for
Yes.
pizza? Okay.
Do they mention what distinguishes this pizza and makes it the number one?
No, there's the owner is Anthony Mengieri.
Hey, you like the pizza? I make it with my own fingers.
Keeps the menu simple and uses only top quality ingredients like the best San Marzano tomatoes.
Yeah, you like, huh?
And buffalo mozzarella, DOP.
Yeah, you know me.
DOP. I don't know what that is. Buffalo mozzarella, DOP.
Yeah, that's a good question. Huh?
And classic toppings on his naturally leavened wood-fired pizzas.
We're looking at pictures of this pizza. It does look rather delicious.
Definitely wood-fired. It's got all the burn marks around the edges on the
and I like that
on the crust. So.
I need it. I need that crispy, a little bit crispy. I mean, it. I don't mind a little bit of softness, but that initial.
Yeah,
it might be
I like that
crispy.
too.
It's right behind you on a big screen. Take a bite.
I like that too.
DOP is destination of origin product. So it means that the mozzarella itself came from Italy, Preston.
Okay.
Oh.
So that was number one, followed by Diego Vitaliano Pizzeria in Naples.
Hey.
And tied with, I guess, I Messaniale Francesco Martucci Castara, Italy.
Wow, these are all authentic, man.
The Pizza Bar, number 3 was the Pizza Bar on 38th. That's what it's called in Tokyo.
What about Captain Flappy's Pizza Shack?
Number 4 is Confine in Milan. 5 is Napoli on the Road in London.
Wow.
6 is Tony's Pizza Napolitana in San Francisco. I Tigli in San Bonifacio, Italy. And then the next one is in Spain, in Barcelona. Sartoria Pantieri.
So none for Philly? No love for Philly?
No, none for Philly. In the top 10.
It's depressing.
I
I think we have some fine pizza places around
It's a
here.
top 50 list, but I only got the top 10. So
Read the other 40.
Got to be somebody in there in the top 50, right?
Would hope.
I think so.
In this culinary city?
Yep. Is Detroit's pizza still hot right now?
Detroit's. I mean, it came on.
It had its run, didn't it?
It had its run, and I like it. For me, I like to eat a lot of pizza, and with the Detroit style, I can only eat one slice. And that's it, man.
It is
Yeah.
so filling. I agree.
Yeah.
That's why I liked, and of course I'm partial to it because I grew up on it. St. Louis style pizza is very, very thin, very crispy, and you can eat a whole large alone if you want to.
Dive right in.
Yep.
There's a place in Conshohocken. I think it's Bar Sarah. They have a Detroit style pizza, but it's like more of like a gourmet, like luxury version of it. It is like it's the most delicious thing I've ever had. Like I didn't
really.
And when I was like, this has been here. They've been serving this the whole time it's been open.
What's the name of it?
It's called Bar Sarah. Did you ever go to Bar Luca and get the bread I told you about?
No,
Steve?
I want to. It's on my list.
It's the same owner. The guy owns both of them.
Apparently, Bar Luca has incredible bread. Kathy Romano suggests I try it, and I'm going to do that.
Number 13 on the list is a Philadelphia joint. It's a Pizzeria Bedia.
Hey!
Okay.
So we do get, there's a Philly one. It's up on the screen,
That's
too.
some serious prestige being in the
Number
top 15.
yes,
Where
yeah,
is
absolutely.
Well, congratulations.
Find that place right now.
Nice.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Pizzeria Bedia.
I could do one more.
Do one more. Just for us.
One more food thing
Okay.
that I noticed as well.
The notice is cutting into the connoisseur. I noticed that.
America is no longer home to the world's best hamburger.
I'm dying inside.
What?
The U.S. is home to the biggest fast food chains, of course, McDonald's, Wendy's, and everything else in between. And it's also thought to be where they were invented. But a chain in Europe has landed the title of the world's best burger for 2024, according to the Michelin Guide for Burgers.
Well, there you go. They have a bit of an authority on that.
The best burger is not even in Germany, where many think that the ancestors invented the dish in the city of Hamburg, but Spain is where you will find
España?
The best burgers.
Okay, why?
It's a place called 100 Burgers. They have 4 restaurants in Valencia and 3 in Madrid, and has earned the top spot in the world's best burgers 2024 rankings.
wild.
I saw a picture of it. Looks pretty amazing.
It looks sensational.
The restaurant is acclaimed to attributed to its 120-day aged beef, which is described as melting in your mouth, and its super crispy bacon as well. Alex Gonzalez is the co-founder. He said, "For us, receiving this recognition is the fulfillment of a lifelong dream." And he said, "We created the company with the aim of making a burger that we would be a world reference, and never in our wildest dream did we contemplate being chosen the best burger in the world. It is a huge honor."
I am anti-bacon on my burger these days, and it's probably been a trend that had been growing for like the last 10 years. But like within me, I just don't do it because I love burgers so much, and the bacon, when you throw it on there, it just wants to take over all the taste and everything.
I can understand that. Bacon is such a dominant taste. It is wonderful. I love bacon burgers in my life. I tend to not have bacon on my burger, but look at this burger case.
I mean, it looks great, but I honestly
don't you want to
make
do
love
things
to it? Yes,
Yeah.
I do. But I would have to take the bacon off first, or I just wouldn't even order it with the bacon.
So at 100 Burgers, they had gotten there with years of research and hard work. In 2017, Gonzalez and co-founder Ezekiel Maldajan headed to New York for a 4-day tour of the city's top 15 burgers. Instantly aimed at improving burgers at Gonzalez's mother's restaurant. The trip inspired them to open their own burger-focused establishment. And by 2020, they opened their first location and quickly won the Best Burger in Spain award.
Think about that. They had to go on like a fact-finding mission to go and check out 15 different places. And this is getting this kind of accolade, getting this kind of attention is worth a ton of money.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, you talk about stealing recipes and food espionage and things of that nature. It's real.
So the second...
That espionage is real.
The second place best burger in the world is a place in New York called Pizza Loves Emily.
Pizza Loves Emily?
Yeah.
Wow.
You
Is that
lead with pizza and your burger is the best in the world.
I don't
one of the
get
best in the
that.
world. Wow. Okay.
Well, I got to check this place out.
There's a place, number 3 is in Chicago and New York, Au Cheval. And Sao Paulo, you will find Holy Burger. And number 5 is actually in Stockholm, Sweden, Funky Chicken Food Truck.
Not to mention a burger, it's chicken.
Yeah. That's wild.
You've been to Sweden.
Yeah. I didn't go to the Funky Chicken Food Truck.
Again, I'll ask the question, anything Philadelphia related? I mean, we have some major burger competitors, I
we
think.
got Stockholm, then London, New York, London, L.A., and Valencia in the top 10.
I'm going to make smash burger tacos tonight. There was something I was thinking about because Eagles are playing tonight, so I always like to do something.
Is this your creation?
No. I'm stealing it. Well, I'll probably do my own little thing. I'll do my own little take on it because I don't necessarily want to make it with a tortilla. I was going to use that naan bread. You guys know that naan bread?
Sure, naan is fantastic.
Yeah, I was going to use that instead of a tortilla. But yeah, you smash this thing and then you throw it on the griddle and then you throw a little cheese on it.
Stroke it,
and pet and massage it.
So wait, you want to make that into like a taco type of thing?
Yeah. So what you do is you smash the ground beef down onto the taco shell or the tortilla, and then you cook that side down, and then
the other side doesn't get cooked. Huh.
Then you do end up flipping it and cooking it for a little bit, and then make like sauces and everything. So I'll make some sort of it'll be very, very close and similar to like a Big Mac sauce, a special sauce.
Sure.
Is this what up on the screen here? Is this where we're looking at what you're going to do?
Okay.
Yeah.
So more. I got it. I thought maybe you were going with taco flavorings.
No.
You're not. It's going regular burger flavorings, but you eat it taco style in that you curl it up.
Yep.
and hold it. That should be pretty interesting.
I could be down
sounds
with
fun.
this.
All right, I'll
Make me
take,
3.
I'll take some pictures and I'll let you guys. And I will be honest with how everything turns out.
Okay. All right. We have Jeff Tremaine coming up. We got time for one more, I think, that we can notice.
Yeah, just
The noticer notices
I'll do a
he
shorter
has
one.
enough time to do one more.
I did notice that, and I also noticed, according to new research, leisurely travel doesn't just broaden our horizons. It comes with some health benefits, too. A new study from Australia shows that one of those benefits of traveling is slowing the signs of aging.
So traveling makes you age slower.
It finds that the positive experiences while traveling could actually help enhance our physical and mental health by relieving chronic stress and boosting the immune system. If the trip involves more movement or eating healthy, fresh local foods, even better.
So traveling and losing your luggage can add years to your life, correct?
Yes.
I feel younger already.
Yeah. Nick, you just lost your luggage. How do you feel?
100 years older.
You got it all back though, right?
Yes, eventually. But I subscribe to this or ascribe to this theory. I mean, I think travel keeps you young for sure.
Yeah. You ascribe?
Isn't that what it is?
I don't know. Probably.
You can ascribe.
I ascribe to it.
Don't be ascribed.
Yeah.
I'm ascribing to it.
Wait. I
haven't either. I'm intrigued by that.
Attribute something too.
Yeah.
Attribute something.
Ascribe.
Yeah, not subscribe to this. I ascribe to this belief.
Thank you.
And both would be suitable to say.
Okay, I was going to ask, is saying subscribe incorrect?
I don't think so. I think I think they're interchangeable.
Ascribe and subscribe.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I'm confusing myself.
Do you have to pay when you subscribe?
Interchangeable.
I think the word you're looking for is velociraptor.
No, subscribe is arranged to receive something regularly. Yeah, that wouldn't.
Oh, so
that wouldn't make sense.
Ascribe is the proper.
Yeah.
Okay.
I never, ever question Nick's choice of
No, but
words.
I completely threw myself off in that sentence, and so it's I got lost on my own.
Fancy words.
My fancy words, yeah. But I ascribe to the belief. I subscribe to a magazine subscription.
You learn stuff. I learn stuff now.
We learn stuff.
We learn stuff.
I have heard
we are now learned.
The sometimes words morph in their use, and I think subscribe could be applied if you were. But ascribe is more correct.
I know people use that regularly,
but I don't think it's. I don't think it makes sense.
But it may not at the root be correct, which is kind of interesting.
Then what is rattan?
Rattan? What is rattan?
What is
that? A color or is that a?
I think it's a type of wicker.
It's I know there are rattan chairs, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait, oh my God! Don't they have rattan chairs in like the Orlando airport? When you go into the main
God
area
damn it,
there,
you have them in the Orlando airport.
No, because I was just talking about this.
You were talking about this?
Yes.
What the hell?
Because my wife is at the Orlando airport.
Go to the Orlando airport.
And I was like, every time I'm in there, I feel like I'm in Three's Company with the wicker rattan furniture.
I have them in my house.
You do?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
And my suite, when we went to spring training, had them all over the room and outside in the lobby area.
I hate
Kathy had the presidential suite at this hotel.
I had cockroaches crawling on my face in bed.
Your nose was getting raped by a cockroach.
That was your own fault.
Well,
though.
Kathy is.
I've learned.
I blame you.
Can I travel with you again?
Yes.
Can we go to spring training? Can I just?
You'll
room?
both be in a cockroach room then.
All right. Anyhow.
Are you kidding? I'd fly home, Steve.
Travel promotes physical activity, walking, hiking, cycling, and enhances cardiovascular health, muscle strength, and overall well-being. It could also foster social interaction, whether with locals or travel companions, and improve mood, reduce feelings of loneliness, and enhance cognitive function, especially if you're sitting in a rattan recliner.
A rattan recliner in the Orlando airport.
And you ascribe to that. But don't be scared. All right, that's all we have time to notice. Because we do have a guest.
Noticer's done.
Done, bitch.
Spent.
All right, so we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Don't forget, not only do we have Jeff Tremaine on to talk about a docuseries about the hair metal days, which I'm very excited about, but also we have another chance of you winning $1,000 coming up. Good Money It has started this morning already, and our next chance is at 10. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
I think that's not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So I if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy to, I think as a stream, when you're streaming it, and this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put up in IMAX for you guys, because we want to do that for charity, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to letterbox format, which is when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy, or it's in full app. So it is shot in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square. So you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side-by-side comparisons, and I love from you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done. Steppenwolf got a badass makeover. And I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers. Yeah, you're going to get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about DC. Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. He's just here
to mess everything up. Yeah, and
mess every single thing up.
All right.
Let's hope the Justice League gets it together.
Don't give it away.
So with that,
I'm saying I hope.
Okay. Are there other actors who were initially on the cutting room floor that are now getting their treatment in this film?
Listen, I don't know 100% because, as I said, I haven't seen the theatrical cut. I might have to do that analysis. But I do know that Ryan Choi, the character of Ryan Choi, who would eventually become the Atom, his character was cut. And Kirstie Clemens, who plays Iris, she was cut. So anyway,
she's in a sequence.
Mom.
She's in a sequence with the Flashes. Gets a lot more time on the screen. Ezra Miller. We know there's a new Flash movie that is in the works. We get to see a bit of what the Speed Force, concept looks like, which is very cool.
Sure.
Cyborg's dad, Silas Joe Morton. We see a little bit more of him. And, and what I love is that Steppenwolf
has a really amazing arc. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Steppenwolf, like in that version. It was like, what? Why are you so pissed off? What is this about? With Darkseid in the mix, you I guess from what I understand and what I've read, is that Steppenwolf comes off more as he's just trying to please his boss, and is that correct?
A family issue. Yeah, he has a lot of. I mean, Kieran Hines, who voices him, is amazing, and I think brings this amazing gravitas, and I would say, frankly, he brings a lot of sympathy to the character. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that you might, feel sympathetic toward this big spiky monster from space who's into world domination and has a giant axe and it's just basically chopping everybody in half. But he's got his own problems.
But that's what you need. To me, I've always hated a villain. And I've said this countless times on the show. A mustache-twirling, one-dimensional villain does nothing for me. A villain that you can slightly understand the impetus for is far more interesting.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. 100%.
So I wanted to ask and double back to Ray Fisher because I was reading something about him. For those who don't know, he's the one who plays Cyborg. Actually, he's from the area.
Yeah, yes.
We spoke to him years ago. He apparently has had a great reaction to the Snyder Cut. I read this morning that he absolutely loved it. Now, he had his issues with the replacement and its controversies, and we won't get into that here. But how does that feel to you to know that he's happy with what he's seen?
Well, Ray's a buddy, and I just when I hired him and when we started this process, it was really, to me, it was all about honoring the character as best I could. And anytime an actor sees the movie and is moved by it and enjoys it, that's for me the ultimate, the ultimate in vindication, and it makes me super happy. So I'm glad that Ray got to enjoy it. Cool. And I saw that video of him where he was just going nuts. So
he watched it in a hotel room too. Apparently, it was
Yeah, not the best viewing experience, but you can see that if it plays in a hotel room,
it'll play anywhere.
Hey, Zach, I wanted to ask, first of all, I wanted to thank you for joining us today because I know today's a huge day, and I'm sure everybody wanted a piece of you. And so the fact that you woke up early, it's like 5 o'clock in your time right now, that you woke up early, that you're spending some time with us, I want to thank you for that. But I also want to ask, why did you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to call in to Philadelphia radio? I would like to think that you like our show, but is it because you have family in the area?
Look, I'm a friend of the show, and I really do. I love you guys. Whenever I get a chance, if you guys, when I see the text arrive on my phone, we're doing a show, you want to jump on? I'm like, let's go.
Hey, I have a question. Since we're doing this via Zoom and we can see into your domicile there, do you play piano?
My kids do.
Okay.
My kids play.
There's a piano book behind you and a piano. I was going to have you tickle the ivories there for us a little bit if that was the case.
By the way, if I could, I would jump on. I would play a little, I don't know what, but I'd be, and sing, of course.
Speaking of music, though, just to bring up this point, everyone's raving about the new music for the film, and explain what happened.
Junkie did this again when I left. Junkie XL, who does the score, they replaced him as well. And then when I came back to finish the movie, Junkie, I called him and I said, "We're doing the movie. We're going to finish it." And he was like, "What?" And I said, "Do you have any music left over?" And he goes, "You know what? I'm going to do it all from scratch. I want to start over." And so he just, it's 4 hours, pretty much 4 hours of music. And it's unbelievable. He just destroyed it. And we are doing it's coming out. I don't know exactly when it comes out. We'll have to check out, but we're doing a vinyl box. So if you're into vinyl,
oh wow,
they're gonna do a full release of the soundtrack on vinyl. And that's pretty cool. As well as, of course, at Apple Music, you can check it out.
Well, Zach, I'd like to ask a follow-up question about that topic because I loved the soundtrack for Man of Steel. It was Hans Zimmer did that. Do you have favorite composers that you like working with, and how do you end up choosing one? Because there are a lot of great ones out there, and Hans is legendary. So why change, in the same cinematic universe and do a different composer?
Hans and Junkie worked together. That's why I met Junkie. He came, from sort of Hans's camp. And that's how we sort of got together. And then, because the two of them did Batman versus Superman together.
Okay.
And then then when we went on to Justice League, I was like, "Okay, Junkie, you want to do it? You want to do the whole thing?" And he was like, "Absolutely." And we worked together. He did, he did Fury Road, and a bunch of other amazing soundtracks. And it's just, and he just finished Army of the Dead for me.
When is the release
movie
on
we
that?
shot right over there in Atlantic City.
When's the release on that? We hear it was bumped back again.
May 21st.
May 21st. Okay. Just to also
Be ready. I'll be back on the show in no time.
Oh, you bet your ass. You made a critical mistake in answering our texts because we're going to be on you like white on rice. But and I just want to convey the excitement to people who may not understand. For example, and I think I mentioned to you this to you at the campout. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, the original theatrical cut, really enjoyed. Yet there were some things that. To me, we're like, well, there didn't seem to be an explanation fully. When I saw the full director's cut with the additional footage in it, it took greatness and made it even better. Because to me, all those things are filled in. To know that you've had this ability to go back and add in those little things, and I don't want to spoil anything. I had to do a little research, so I know there are a couple of new characters that make appearances that are going to rock fans' worlds. So yeah. So are you kind of like a guy who has the ultimate gift to give someone on on Christmas or whatever, and now you can get to see them unwrap it and get the reaction?
Yeah, I mean that's a cool way to look at it. I hope fans take this opportunity to really, and I think if you haven't seen Justice League, at all, then I think this really represents an amazing opportunity to just kind of go deep into a world, and excited that people are going to get that chance.
All right, so what other press are you doing today? I know you have a watch party, so maybe you can talk a little bit about that, but where else can your fans catch you today?
Yeah, there's a watch party. I don't know if it's live, but I'm doing a thing for 300, weirdly, with Stephanopoulos. With the Hellenic League, because it was the I think it's the 2000. No, it's got to be more than that. It's 480 BC.
The anniversary of the Battle of Thermopylae.
Yeah, it's one of the anniversaries. But it's thousands of years. But that's exciting. So I'm talking to them.
Are you going to have anybody from the battle attending? Yeah.
Leonidas is coming. So that's kind of weird that I was like, wow, that's a blast from the past. But you absolutely have to do that.
What an honor to have some of the original veterans in attendance. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We better hurry up and get their stories. Before it's too late.
Go, Preston. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I'm doing a couple of watch. Well, I don't even I'm delirious, so I can't remember. I don't know.
It's early.
Well, shuttling me around, but always stopping here is important.
We appreciate that.
It was announced that you're going to do the Fountainhead. Is that correct?
Well, no, I own the Fountainhead. I don't really have we don't really have a model for it. But I've got it. It's kind of on the, I would say it's on a slow burn.
Okay. Okay.
But, we'll see. The next thing I'm doing, I'm trying to do this small movie that I wrote with my friend Kurt Johnstad, who actually wrote the script, called Horse Latitudes. And it's a movie that we want to just go shoot in South America, with two guys. And it's like a real, sort of micro budget movie, and then
that's got to be refreshing. That's going to have to be.
Yeah,
that's like a complete diversion.
The actors, you know what I mean? So that's fun.
Cool. What does this mean? Just quickly, you've got this. The reaction so far has been tremendous. Everything sort of stopped for the Snyderverse. Do you think HBO Max? Do you think we are seeing perhaps the potential for allowing you to complete your longer game in this?
Listen, I mean, I don't, that's not necessarily, I didn't make it with that intention. We did make the movie with the, when we originally filmed the movie, we assumed there would be 2 more movies.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. Our next guest is joining us via Zoom, and not only has he been behind some pretty awesome stuff that we know awfully well, Jackass, clearly.
Yes.
The Dirt, the story of Motley Crue.
We freaking love that
which
movie.
Was outrageous. And now, the new thing that he's promoting is a new docuseries, and it is called Nothing But a Good Time, the uncensored story of 80s Hair Metal, and it is premiering tomorrow on Paramount Plus. Please welcome Mr. Jeff Tremaine to our show.
Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, how you doing, man?
Happening.
Dude, I am so happy that you are going to tackle or have tackled this subject, especially after how you handled the dirt, as we said earlier, the Motley Crue story, because that was unreal. And that was in the absolute height of 80s hair metal depravity. And when I saw the teaser for Nothing But a Good Time, I was so excited. I ran into these guys in the studio. I'm like, man, this is it, because this speaks right in the heart of what I was all about at that time, man. Marissa, do you have the picture? We're going to pull up a picture just so you have a little frame of reference of me. And this was probably, man, what year would this have been? Probably 1989 or something.
So towards the end of it.
90. I don't know. Marissa, can we? We're working on it. But anyhow, Jeff, I was in a band. I was a drummer, and I did the hair and the whole thing. So we're now looking at the Phillies.
Good. Are they winning?
I don't know why. We'll worry about it later. We'll get that picture up for you. But where in that era when that music was popular, were you into it yourself personally?
To be honest, I wasn't. I liked Motley Crue. I liked Guns N' Roses. But I wouldn't say I was a hair metal guy. I was more into punk rock, and I was a skater kid, so no, I wasn't a super fan of it.
All right. I was mainly the whole thing.
There you go.
Yeah, there it is. That's me. And it's hilarious looking back, especially at the fashion and the hairstyles and all that stuff. But here's the bottom line, dude. It was so much fun. It was insanely fun in and of that time.
Yeah, I moved out to LA in '89, and the Sunset Strip was just ridiculous. I mean, I used to avoid it because it was just the craziest crowd. You would just get locked up in there. But it definitely looked like a great time.
So you're coming from like a punk rock sensibility, and you had your bands that you liked, and you're putting together this documentary, and you're attached to all sorts of people who are in and around it, and you have the cred. But the one thing that, as I was thinking about this, there were no video cell phones, so while you'd say, it's probably easy to get archival footage from that time, it probably was a little more difficult than we would think, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think this scene probably existed and survived because there was no social media, no cell phones, right? Like, it was allowed to get as extreme as it got because of that. But we were able to track down some really awesome archival, but also the stuff that wasn't there. We got this great animator named Eric Brown to do the animations that just kind of give you something to look at while these guys are telling these crazy stories. So, yeah.
So where do you begin? How do you start in the docuseries? Is it the roots of hair metal?
Yeah, we start right. Basically, we start at Quiet Riot. Really was the grandfather band, like when Randy Rhoads was in Quiet Riot. But I think the scene really kicks off with Motley Crue kind of playing at the Whiskey in the early days. And then it kind of blows up from that.
Yeah, you raise a good point, too, about how much of this would have had it existed, were we able to see it chronicled the way we see things chronicled these days with social media. But you know what? The thing is, if you stop and think about it, sex, drugs, rock and roll, and a lot of fun and frivolous and so on and so forth. But without that social media, without that ability to get the word out, I think what Preston attaches to, Jeff, here in the situation is that these bands really had to work. They had to do the legwork. They had to get out, and they weren't abject morons. They had to have a plan and sell the plan. Am I correct in saying that?
100%. That's one of my biggest takeaways from this was that these young guys they as crazy as they looked and they're living the life, they're 100% in. Just there's no backup plan. They're the marketers. They're they've got to come up with their own outfits. It's just a DIY. The early days of it were a complete DIY scene, kind of like punk rock, just a different take on it, right? Like where they were just putting on these crazy stage shows with just homemade, nonsense, but then just marketing it the rest of the 24 hours a day, like just pushing it. So they work hard, man.
And it was interesting to watch its evolution because you did have these guys that were more at the beginning and had a little more integrity to them, a la AC/DC, bands like that had a real grit to them. It started to morph as it went along, and by the time it got to the latter portion of it, when you're falling into bands like Warrant and Europe and so on, and the animal ate itself. Like it became too much of a parody of itself, and then eventually a new thing came along, Nirvana, Pearl Jam, kicked the door down, and it killed it. I mean, absolutely a shot to the brain, and it was gone right after that.
Yeah, it died quickly, right? Like, and you're right. It really was, as certain bands got successful, then other bands and the label was looking for more of that always. Yeah. And then it just gets super saturated. You get a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy.
Yep.
And eventually but it was a long lasting era, right?
Yeah.
It was over a decade. Which I can't think of a music scene that really lasted longer than that, right? Like that just of a specific scene. So
do you know it's wild though? Is that if you stop and think about it as well? And again, I'm so looking forward to this because there's so many I think epiphanies to be gleaned from this. We just talked to Bret Michaels. We talked they're where you thought, okay, they're going to be thrown into the dustbin now. This is pop culture that has come and gone. No. They're out and touring again. And they're revitalized.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't into it when it happened, but these songs have lasted for to where, Poison songs and Rat, Round and Round. It's like an anthem that I get stoked every time I hear it.
Yeah.
And now 40 years later, that it's incredible that these songs, they are our classic rock anthems, right? Like it's wild to think that these songs you wouldn't. When you look at the scene, it doesn't look like it's built to last. That's for sure, right? It looks like a crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
Jeff, you mentioned the LA scene, which obviously was the nexus of that stuff. The Sunset Strip, the Whiskey, the Rainbow, all those spots around there were just, huge. If you wanted to be a part of this, that was a great place to go. There was an East Coast tendency of that as well. Bands right in and around this area, Bon Jovi, Britney Fox, Cinderella, they all come from this kind of Philly locale.
Skid Row?
Yeah. Do you cover some of that in the stories as well?
Yeah. We talked to Snake and Rachel from Skid Row.
Yep.
And we even went into there was a band called Trickster out of New Jersey.
Trickster.
Young kids as it was starting up, right? I'm sorry, as the scene was about to end, they were just coming up. So they're a good band to sort of illustrate the end, right? These 16-year-old kids just blown up out of New Jersey. So we do cover some of these, but it definitely features a lot of just the LA roots of it.
Yep.
And you talk to people who are not necessarily musicians themselves. You talk to managers. You talk to Doc McGee, right? I mean, you talk to these people who kind of help shape, everything the way it played out. And you got to talk to Penelope Spheris, who is a legend. The Decline of Western Civilization 1 and 2. I love those movies. They're tremendous.
Me too.
I assume you were a fan before you talked to her, right?
Huge fan of hers. Yes, both Decline movies. And there was a movie called Suburbia that I really loved when I was young because she got punk rock right. The Hollywood always just made it seem like, it's just green hairspray and make a fake mohawk. It never got it right. And her movie was very hardcore. This movie Suburbia, but Decline 1 and 2 were my favorite documentaries back in the day. So she was one of my heroes growing up. I got to interview her. But we interviewed Doc McGee, who just has the craziest stories, early Motley Crue stories, some great Skid Row stories. Alan Niven, who was Great White's manager. He's been to Hell and Back with them and then became Guns N' Roses manager. So he's been, back to Hell and Back twice. And he had great stories. So we talk to everybody. That's what I like. This doc series is based on a book that basically laid out the roadmap for me to who to talk to because I knew there's great stories in there that we wanted to get on tape.
Okay.
So
what's great is that you've also been able to chronicle and get people on film who have since passed. You have a couple of notables who are no longer with us. Give us some of the names if you wouldn't mind.
We talked to Stephen Riley, who was the drummer of Wasp and the drummer of LA Guns. He tells some great early days stories. And then Jack Russell, who, great white singer, who tells the craziest story right as they were getting started when he was still a teenager of robbing cocaine dealers.
Jesus.
Like, it's the craziest story. Like, I'm so glad these guys, we got them and they just told these stories so vibrantly, and you get to just see the, essence of it. And I'm so glad we were able to get their stories on tape before they passed. And unfortunately, they did pass. But.
Well, you've been amidst some crazy stories yourself, working with the Jackass crew, and Casey here had apparently had a moment with you that he wanted to share.
Oh yeah, so it was years ago, and you guys are wrapping up filming. I believe it might have been the Jackass 3 movie, but I was on my way home from Disney World with my family, and we're in the cargo area, the baggage claim area, and we look over and we see Johnny Knoxville. And then right next to Johnny Knoxville is you, Jeff Tremaine. And so because I work in radio, my family, they were like, you can go over and say something. I was like, they don't want to be bothered. They're like, go over and say something. So I go over because at the time I was working with Bam Margera. I had, produced his radio show. And so I go over, I introduce myself. And I come to find out at that time that you guys were on heightened alert because of the Jackass movies and the pranks that you guys would play on each other. So I could see the despair in Johnny's eyes, and he looks over to you going like, what the F is happening right now? And you're like, I don't know what's happening right now. And then I just kind of walked away, and then, we come to find out that you guys were just, it was like PTSD for you guys.
Yeah, you get to really feel our secondhand PTSD. We're shooting, I'll go to visit my parents and I'll cover my nuts when I'm talking to my mom.
They paid her to kick you in the balls. Oh my God.
It amazes me how, we talk about it all the time with all you guys. I could not live that way. You literally could not go to sleep. You had to have one eye open all the time. You're looking back on it. You got some great stuff, but you'd never do that again, would you?
We made one a couple years ago, so we're still as old men, in the mix. But yeah, they definitely take a toll.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, when the movies were being made, and you had, I think it was Sherry Lansing, who was the studio exec. She comes to the wrong group of people, you and the Jackass crew, and says, I think this. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, Jeff. She says, "Okay, you're going to do a movie version of the TV show. Make sure you go much further for the movie."
She pulled me aside, and I didn't even know who she was at the time, but she's an absolute legend. She ran Paramount. This was during the very first Jackass movie, probably 2001. We were meeting with her, and 2002. And she just pulls me aside. She's like, just make sure whatever you guys get, make sure it's crazier than what you can do on TV. I'm like, hold my beer, man.
Oh my God. You said that to the wrong person.
Could you imagine?
That's insane. Listen, Jeff, before we do let you go, a couple of questions. First of all, who's the naked guy in the poster behind you? We're watching you via Zoom.
That's Mr. Chris Pontius.
That's Pontius.
Yeah.
All right, and you. So for those who can't see, Jeff has his junk covered up with a large Post-it note of some type. Is he indeed fully naked on your wall there behind that? Hang on, we can see this. Oh my God! Yeah,
he is.
He lifted up the sticky.
You can have that. Is this your office? Are you at home, or is this?
Yeah, this is my office.
Okay,
this is my office. I got my new poster right there.
Oh man!
All right, that's fantastic. So, how many episodes in the docuseries for Nothing But a Good Time?
It's 3 episodes basically, and it kind of structured sort of how the scene went. It's the beginning of the scene, the early days is episode 1, the height. The middle of it is episode 2, and then the demise and sort of rebirth of it is episode 3. So
I love it. I can't wait to see this. All right, so it premieres tomorrow on Paramount Plus. This is good stuff. Each episode like an hour long, something like that.
45 minutes long. I think each episode.
I love it, man. Excellent. Well, thank you for tackling this subject. I think it's great, and I hope it represents it'll represent a lot, I'm sure, but also just how much fun that era was and how special it was.
We took it very serious, like good, just So
Yeah,
Excellent.
it
All right.
deserves it.
Appreciate it, Jeff. Thanks for everything. We'll see you again sometime, all right? All right, you got it. Jeff Tremaine, guys. Yeah, I just got done reading, and the book came out in 2011, but I just got around to reading it, Sammy Hagar's autobiography, and he touches on just, what was going on in the Van Halen camp, and the amount of booze and sex is just mind-blowing. Well, absolutely mind-blowing, and that's just one story of, and of course they were one of the biggest bands of the era, but they were, like Def Leppard was legendary. Rat was legendary for how hard they partied and how much sex they were having.
Mm-hmm. So let me
all of these bands.
Let me ask you: do you think were there cameras everywhere, like on cell phones? Were there the ability? Do you think that would have cut that whole thing short or cut it off at the knees?
Maybe
or would it have
not.
been added to the legend?
Because at that time, go back and look at the music videos.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
there's like, if you look, I forgot which one it was. It might have even been Home Sweet Home or whatever. There's a video of Motley Crue, and there's a girl in the crowd up on a guy's shoulders, and she just lifts her top up, and of course they don't show it right before it happens. But those. It was going both ways. There were horn dog guys and there were horn dog girls, and everybody was just all about. And it was before AIDS came along and switch gears, made people switch gears quite a bit, but it hadn't hit. Critical mass until the early '90s.
It was Caligula time,
but it was just. It was decadence, man. And as a little podunk cover band that I was in, we were feeding on the residuals of that and having our own little orgy. It was amazing.
That's funny.
What was your favorite behind the music? Because for me, it was Def Leppard, and they dove into that some. And the series that Tremaine was talking about and promoting. I started. Like, you would hear those rumors, you would watch it on MTV or whatever, and you think, it's got to be so cool and MTV Spring Break or whatever. And then you watch VH1's Behind the Music, and it turns out it actually, that was happening. I mean, some of it I'm sure that they amplified for storytelling purposes, but the Def Leppard one, where they're just talking about banging people underneath the stage.
It's crazy. Watch The Dirt. The Dirt is pretty much, there's everything in there is bona fide fact. I mean,
dude, the beginning of the movie of The Dirt, they're at a party. There's all these people around. I don't even know how I can tell you this, but Tommy was speaking to a young woman's nether regions.
Right.
And all of a sudden, Niagara Falls shoots across the
graphic
from her.
Yeah.
We're like, oh my God.
Do I remember that?
It's right
It's
in
at
the
the
beginning.
very
Casey.
beginning.
It's within the first minute that you're watching the movie. And it just keeps going.
Yeah.
It
was a special time.
I'm definitely looking forward to this, especially because you remember when it was going on, and you're right. At a certain point, it became self-parodying.
It did.
And then
It
that
very much
opened. That's
did.
why when Spinal Tap hit, it hit at exactly the right time.
Yeah.
And that's why I love this A to Z, because it celebrates that and all of the other movements in rock and roll. And we had mentioned Trickster during the interview. Yeah, we played Trickster during the A to Z. We played Give It To Me Good. I don't know if I know that song.
Give It To Me Good.
I know Give It To Me Good.
Can I play it a little bit? 'Cause I don't know it.
Absolutely. And like you said, they came at the latter part. I remember seeing Warrant, Trickster, and Firehouse on a tour, all three of them together. So this was at the death rattle of it all. Trickster never hit big. I only know the chorus of the song. I couldn't tell you the verse of this at all. This part doesn't even sound familiar to me at all. I'm not sure I've heard this. You might recognize the chorus when it gets. Yeah, obviously it's Give It To Me Good. Come on. A little more produced.
It does.
Than the stuff that came before it, but
all this makes you appreciate Steel Panther that much more.
Oh my God.
Because you couldn't be more comprehensive.
Oh man, that first Steel Panther record is so filthy. It is.
It is.
And it clearly they clearly parody specific songs in it, and it's a riot, especially if you knew how things were back then and the fact that it's a mega parody of what was going on, but not too far off the mark.
No,
in some regards.
All right. So did the way everybody looked and all, did it take away from like how talented these musicians actually were?
It kind of maybe did a little bit. So here's the thing that happened. I'll tell you musically what occurred is you got some really, really, really good guitar players that surfaced in that era. And they were playing very technical, really fast stuff. And they were all influenced by Eddie Van Halen. But there were people like Key Marcello from Europe and Vito from White Lion. But they were writing these really sappy pop versions of these songs that were really going after the female audience because gals were really eating it up. And I think it did get a little lost on how talented these guys were, but they were overplaying too much too. They were trying to cram too much into it because guys like Yngwie Malmsteen had popped up, and it was like the faster you could play, the more talented you were.
There's also a case on the other side. There were a lot of bands that simply by presentation and look that did not have the musical capability were able to move into that. Would you agree with that, Preston, as well?
Probably. None are really coming to mind right now, but yeah, I mean, like, I always thought Poison was just kind of I thought CeCe was not that great of a guitar player. But what they did is write really great pop hooks, and they were really good at it.
You mentioned Yngwie Malmsteen. I took my brother to see Yngwie Malmsteen for a concert, and it was from beginning to end was
just insanely fast.
So how about Motley Crue, the guitarist in Motley Crue?
Mick Mars?
Yeah.
Great guitar player.
So, because I'm thinking specifically of the guitar solo from Home Sweet Home and how beautiful it is. It really is.
Yeah, he
awesome.
did a good balance with melody and shred, and ripping it up in there too. So I always thought he was pretty solid. But yeah, there were a lot of guys that just all they wanted to do was play as many notes as they could, and they were incredibly talented at doing it, and that kind of ate itself, it overdid it.
And you pointed out many times that grunge and Nirvana and those bands came in and killed, because it used to be a staple, the guitar solo.
The guitar solo was gone. Once Nirvana and Pearl Jam, even though Pearl Jam has guitar solos in their songs, but Stone Temple Pilots and Alice in Chains, there are no ripping, shredding guitar solos. And it needed to be done. It was a cull of sorts. It needed to be trimmed way back. So it was necessary. But I'm interested in seeing this on Paramount Plus. Should be pretty cool. So it was good to have Jeff on. Let me see. We have some time to chit-chat, don't we, a little bit? I saw this thing. It was kind of interesting.
Well, what are you?
I'm nothing. I'm a one-story guy.
This isn't Totally Prespo?
No, this is not Totally. We need to save Totally Prespo for another time this week. So there was
a stream of consciousness.
When social media posts start using abbreviations.
Yes.
Text message abbreviations and things like that.
Are you good with that?
I'm okay at it.
Yeah.
And there's some of them I look at and I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. But Google Translate, many people rely, it says here in this article, on Google Translate for the latest acronyms and abbreviations. And there was a search that was done to find out which ones people don't understand.
All right.
The most.
Which confuses people the most?
So this is the business admin experts at Vera compiled a 114-word list of the most popular text message abbreviations. Oh, no, these are the most popular ones. I'm sorry.
Okay.
By scouring sources like Reader's Digest, Preply, Your Dictionary, and more. And then they used an online analytics tool to determine each term's search volume, accounting for various search queries like the meaning of blah, 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 what does this mean, so on.
So these are the ones you'd be well advised to know.
I guess so.
Right?
Yeah.
They're used most commonly, and that's why they're getting searched the most.
So I'll throw a couple of these out
and see how we do.
You guys tell me what they are.
Right.
I'm sure you'll get most of these. There's only one or two that I don't I don't stumble across very often. So the number one most popular is SMH.
Shaking my head.
Yep. So that's pretty easy.
See, I was wrong. Suck my ass.
No, suck my ass.
Suck my ass.
Yeah. SMH.
Oh, I thought you said A.
No. Then there's POV.
Point of view.
Yeah. Come on.
Popular in porn, too.
Yeah.
Is it?
I wouldn't know
you
about
wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that.
I don't like that stuff.
Or so I've read. NSFW.
I'd say
I'd say for work.
Correct.
Okay, got that.
FOMO.
Fear of missing out.
All right, here's one. TLDR.
Too long, don't read.
Yeah, too long, didn't read.
Didn't read.
Well, like
Okay.
if you get a text that's too long.
Yeah, or an email.
Or an article.
Yeah.
sent
Which
to you.
happens a lot.
Kathy, look at this. Look at the top of this email that I just got from a woman named Meg at 9:12 this morning. TLDR.
Oh.
Yeah, right here. I mean, and it's a nice long email, but she wrote it right at the very beginning.
To warn you that her email was too long.
Uh-huh.
And that actually doesn't look too that long.
So it can be used as a warning?
Yeah.
So, by the way, this is going to be long,
This
just
is
to
a
give you a
long-
heads up?
Yeah.
Okay.
But then you send back HAMS.
All right.
How about making it shorter?
Hams.
Hams. Yeah.
HAMS. All right, then you have IYKYK.
If you know, you know.
You know.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
OFC.
Of course.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good for you.
Yay. Oh, good for you.
What?
Well, OFC seems a little counterintuitive because it's of course, so it's not just OC.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. It spells out the word of, but both in caps.
Yeah, all right.
It's like the way Norm MacDonald has been on identification.
Yeah.
ID.
Stands for identification.
Indeed.
You're right.
Stands for identification.
IMO.
In
my opinion.
Yep. IIRC.
I don't know that one.
It's the tattoo artist.
Recall correctly?
Yes,
Okay.
Casey.
Oh.
Hey.
Call her click click.
You're a hero.
You know what that's from?
No.
It's from Eastbound and Down.
He's found it down. Yeah.
What was it again?
If I call her click click.
If I call it Rick Click.
Yeah, it's the scene between Will Ferrell and Craig Robinson.
Okay.
He screws up and
I call her click click.
he was trying to say if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
He says click click, and then Craig Robinson starts losing it. If I recall click click.
Down in my plums.
Shiny like that. I said, plums. The boy watch.
I call her click click.
All right. HMU.
Hummus?
Oh, wait.
Oh, my God. I love hummus.
Wait, I see this all the time.
Hit me up.
Yay! Yay for Nick.
Hey.
LMAO. We know that one. AFK.
As F.
Hey, I don't know that one.
AFK.
Yes.
No.
Is that as F?
The Steve. Yeah.
Nope.
AFK. I think the K stands for no.
And the A stands for no.
No. You're both wrong.
We're both wrong. Okay.
Yeah. It stands for away from keyboard. Don't look these up, Nick.
Almost like out of office.
Cheating.
No, I wasn't going to answer it. I wanted to,
He recuses himself.
Yeah.
Out of office.
Yeah, I
OOF?
mean, like it's a similar thing. Like if you write AFK, then it means you're out of office or away from your phone.
How about it would be OOO actually out of office.
Yeah, but I don't think it's not used like that. Like
It's not.
Nick, I don't think people working at a desk are sending that. Like I think it's
No.
You know what I mean? Like somebody texting their friends, like, "Hey, I'm not gonna be able to text for a little while."
Then
Yeah,
BUC is beating up coworker.
Used to inform others that you're not at your computer for and won't be available for a little while. Also similar to BRB. Be right back.
All right. After that one, one of the most popularly used ones, 13th on the list is NGL.
Oh, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that one.
There we go.
A lot of these, Casey. Do you get these from your son quite a bit?
Yeah, none that he said yet, but yeah, I definitely write more long form, and he definitely writes in Snapchat form.
So Ben is communicating this right now
All the time.
So you need to know this.
And so Steve and here's an old man thing, but I have to Google it. I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about here. I'm going to do the old man thing and look it up on the interwebs.
Do you guys text with your kids much?
All the time.
Yeah.
A lot?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't text a whole lot.
I text with a lot of kids that are not mine. I've seen them. Perhaps I find them attractive.
No, some people might find that distributing.
Probably going to
Really?
jail.
Yeah, you should maybe stop that.
All right. Then I have a couple of dinner dates to
Nick,
cancel.
I don't use them because I'm not allowed. If Jace will say, "Don't do that. You're too old. Don't write like that."
Oh, don't you love that?
Sure, yeah.
Wow, no kidding.
He's like, "No,
don't do that."
You sound really ridiculous if you do that."
You're like, bet.
Yeah.
I'm like,
that's
okay,
funny.
LOL.
All right, so what's better, using this stuff or not knowing it? You know what I mean? In their eyes.
Well, in their
you never
eyes,
win, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, if it was like an actual friend texted me that, I would just say, "WTF does that mean?"
Yeah. All right.
What do you think, though, about in the long term about the extraction of actual language to communicate and the nuance? You love the written word, and then the paring down of it to this. Are we are we being robbed, or are the youngsters getting robbed of nuance?
And they will say that, like they'll speak that way as well.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll use the abbreviation.
Part of
The question is how much as over history, because that's already been done throughout history. I mean, but is it at an accelerated rate now because of the technology?
That's the question.
I don't know.
Because language always gets. In my life, I've seen words change meaning. You know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good.
I've told you that if you go back and see the movie, I forgot what movie it is.
Baby's Day Out?
Not Baby's Day Out. It's a remake. It was a John Wayne movie. And
True Grit.
True Grit. In that entire script, they don't use contractions.
Yeah.
Right.
It's I will not, I have not,
right.
Not I haven't, and I won't, because they weren't used at the time.
Watch Deadwood. The original Go of Deadwood. It's fairly true to the vernacular and the language as it was at that time. And they use the C word apparently all the time.
Kathy, OOTD.
OOTD.
Oh, I've seen this one.
What is it?
I don't know.
Ootidid.
I know this one.
You do?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
Outfit of the day.
Yes.
Oh, outfit of the day.
Oh, how come he knows that and you, the sharpest dresser on the show, doesn't know that?
No, you know why? Because my friend, was like an influencer. She always hashtags that.
All right, there's one.
What's my outfit of the day? Usually shorts and a t-shirt.
The next one is IG.
Instagram.
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. Instead of indicating Instagram, it would be a statement that they're making.
Grammed.
I got it.
I good.
I good. No, it's I guess.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's kind of lame, I think.
It is. That's pretty short.
Yeah.
And you need to IG it. TBH.
To be honest.
Yep. TTYL.
Talk to you later.
DM.
Direct message.
YOLO.
You only live once.
And then FWIW.
For what it's worth.
God, you guys are good at this.
Thank you.
What's FOLO?
The
Fear of Living Ones?
On its own, SMH had a total of 23,450 average monthly searches in the U.S. The second most searched acronym is POV with an average of 155,000.
I mean, hasn't porn taught us anything?
Right?
I mean, if you don't know it, just look at the video. It tells you what you can see. It's a point of view shot.
You can see what that is.
Yeah.
It's funny, like when the abbreviation really doesn't save you like a ton of time. Like thanks with an X at the end of it, you're eliminating 2 letters.
Yeah,
and including an X.
That's why, like sus, referring to things as sus.
Yeah, it just becomes,
you don't have time for the pecked.
It just becomes a part of the vernacular.
Yeah, and so I can see like Xmas being used because Christmas is a more lengthy word to spell out.
Oh,
And
but
if you need
Christians
to-
don't.
Yeah, no, but I don't care.
Oh, I got in trouble one time. I had it sprayed Merry Xmas on our, with like that frosting. And my mom's like, "You don't take the Christ out of Christmas." I'm like, "Oh, I didn't know that. That's what I was doing."
But so that's an example of where it's a longer word, and for convenience sake, you may want to shorten things down. I could see that, but you're right. If it's already short to begin with, whatever.
Ah, hell.
Hell.
AH.
Hell. In fact, it would be
Yeah.
All right. Anyhow, Bob wants to comment on something real quick. Hey, Bob, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, it's all right, man. What's up?
So I just want to let you guys know, I'm a 43-year-old. A lot of these have been around since at least the mid-'90s because I used to see and use a lot of them in chat rooms and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure some of them date back much older than that.
There's
definitely newer ones.
Yeah,
that's a good point, though. There's probably a lot of them that used to be used quite frequently in people forget chat rooms. Remember that?
Thank you,
would that
Bob.
be part of the pitch to the listening audience, Preston? I'm going to be in the chat room later on.
How about this one? ASL.
ASL, American Sign Language?
In a chat room.
In a chat room.
A/S/L.
Oh.
Ass-sucking lemurs?
Wait, hold on. Oh, man. I'm sure I'm going to know
It was an inquiry to start a conversation. and you would put ASL in order to
ASL.
figure out what the person's age, sex, and location was.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, that was common in chat rooms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Age, sex, and location.
I didn't do a lot of time in chat rooms, but a few times I did it. I thought it was kind of fun.
Man, when I started at Y100 with you guys, the chat room on AOL, the instant message was something we used all the time to communicate with listeners.
Yeah.
And then we brought it over here for a stretch, but eventually it kind of went to the way of the dodo.
Do you guys remember LGV? Length, girth, and veins?
Oh, my God.
But the thing I found about chat rooms was, as opposed to comment sections, back and forth on comment sections, is that chat room was immediate. It was it was quick. You were actively in front of a keyboard and you were going back and forth, as opposed to comment sections where you leave it and then you check and see a couple hours or later that day or the next day somebody's commented on it. You know what I mean?
Well, look at our YouTube feed. That's what a chat room would look like.
Yeah, exactly.
Same thing.
Yes.
All right, so chat roulette, is that still a thing?
Oh my God.
That was fun at first.
It was fun. We did. Yeah. It was kind of cool.
really fun. How long till you saw a penis?
Yeah, and it wasn't too long.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still there,
It's
Case.
still there.
Son of a bitch.
How about that?
Okay.
Let's. You guys want to play?
Yeah, let's do it. All right.
No. Okay.
Call it up.
No.
Well, do we have a camera?
I don't
guess
know. No, we don't have that on there.
All right, Kathy.
Just put up Preston's rock picture.
I'll do it on my computer, and Kathy will play.
I know. I was like, what do you mean, Cat here?
Hi. My name's Kathy.
Kathy, just stick your bare foot up to the to
Take a look at my
the
digits.
camera. Something's gonna. Are you guys on it?
Yeah. Allow.
Wow.
Okay. Allow.
HAF. Hot as F.
Come on.
But there used to be like couple. There used to be so Nick.
There we go.
Here it is.
All right, here we
Yeah.
go.
Oh, God, you got to sign in.
Oh, come on. I'm sure your account's still active.
You know it is.
Yeah. Welcome
Hang
back
on,
to
Maria.
Nico.
While you guys are trying to set that up, I'll kill some time. I have Maria on the line. Hi, Maria. Good morning.
Hi, hello.
Hey, what's up, Maria?
So I was calling in because when Casey had mentioned about like the Christmas making sense, the X, it's actually an abbreviation that doesn't take the Christ out of Christmas part. It's because the X was chosen because it's Greek for Christos.
There you go.
Oh.
So it's actually putting the Greek Christ back into Christmas.
Yes.
There
Well,
you go.
I guess the X is a chi, right? X is in the Greek alphabet is chi. I guess so. I mean, it doesn't
Okay,
really-
interesting, Maria. We'll look into that. Appreciate that. All right, what are you guys laughing at?
Nothing. All dudes, and all like muscly dudes, although not one penis yet.
Wait,
All muscly
rip
guys.
off.
can change that.
Just kind of sitting there with their shirts off and whatnot.
Flexing a little bit. There's this guy's a creeper. I'm getting past him.
Oh, be nice.
Okay.
Nice. They're nice people.
Are they?
Yeah, they're all.
Oh, we need volume so we can talk.
Look
to
at this
them.
guy.
All right.
Are they trying to talk to you?
Yeah, one of the guys did.
Are we?
Talk to the guy with the My Little
can we
Pony.
put them on the air or not?
This guy's from.
I don't know.
Can we in Pennsylvania? Oh, he waved hi. Sorry.
Don't pass so many good ones.
I thought you have to hit the check mark. A girl.
One chick.
Say, talk chick
she's
to
in
her.
the United States.
Kathy, talk chick to her.
Hold on. When you said a girl, Steve reminded me early on in the game chat stuff that used to have in a video game. Steve was on playing with a bunch of guys. All of a sudden,
My niece came on
signed
the
up,
game.
and they were like, "Dude, there's a girl on."
You got somebody?
Hey, we're on the radio in Philadelphia. Is it okay if we say hi to you?
Yes, of course, yes.
Where are you from?
I'm from Croatia.
I'm sorry.
Croatia.
Croatia. What?
Croatia, Europe, Croatia.
And what is your name?
Oh, my name is Ante, like Antonio.
Ante. So why are you on chat roulette?
Oh, sometimes here to find someone to talk with, especially I'm interested in lots of stuff like, religion and engineering stuff. And there is lots of stuff here that I don't like. Like, if I'm on the air, I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
No, I hear you. Yeah,
Ask
no,
him what he
yeah.
thinks about the letter X being used in Xmas when they shorten that if he's into religion.
Yeah. Are you a religious person, Ante?
Actually, I used to be.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, when I say used to be, when I was a kid, they learned, especially here in Croatia, we are 90% Catholic, and we teach to be, God, religion, Jesus, and stuff like that. But when you are growing older, I think that, that those are only the stories.
I just want to ask him about the X and Christmas thing, so it's all good. We don't need to dive into the deeper
I like what he's saying, though. I find him very engaging.
Yeah.
Well, it's very nice to chat with you, Ante. We're gonna move on, but
tell them about our radio show and how he can listen to us.
Yeah. So if you're listening from Croatia, we're on the interwebs. It's WMMR.com is the name of the radio station in Philadelphia.
Oh, that's nice, but I'm not listening, the radios in the U.S., but it was very nice.
All right.
Very nice to talk to you, too. Thank you.
All right.
Oh,
Appreciate it. What a nice guy. Thanks, Ante.
Great. Huh.
How about that?
This is we
got to do it again.
ignited.
You want to go on chat roulette,
my
don't
interest
you?
in chat roulette to maybe stumble across some stranger that might be an interesting person.
I might want to look at your balls.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, he didn't show us his wiener.
Oh, by the way,
Hey, man.
wait,
You were just talking to me from Croatia. I forgot to show you my penis.
Wait, but he kept, when you said Croatia again, he tried to correct you. Well,
Oh, I don't know.
No, he said Croatia.
I know he did, and it said, you could read it. It said there, but I guess it's not, I don't know, we're not pronouncing
He was trying
it
to. I didn't hear him saying.
Yeah, like a
correct
couple,
it.
even in the beginning, too. He was like, no, Croatia. But he was, I don't know, maybe he just didn't like how we were saying it.
Look at the teeth on that chick.
All right. Well, anyhow, we have to take a break, right?
Yeah.
Because we have good money yet coming up. But those were the most popular social media abbreviations. And you guys nailed them all. Got every single one of them.
Let's do chat roulette Mondays.
Chat roulette Mondays. We're going to tune that into the thing. No, we're not doing the noticer. That was the noticer was earlier.
What the hell?
This was just the chit chat.
Someone's out of the friggin' mind.
Yeah.
Was it
Look
really?
at my balls.
Yeah, we went from Jeff Tremaine into this story.
This is random.
Yeah, we did the noticer in the segment earlier.
Come on,
before
man.
that.
It was an encore, bro.
Oh, encore presentation.
Jeez.
All right, we got to take a break. The reason we're taking a break is because we want to stay on time. 8 o'clock is when we did our first run at $1,000 for Good Money It. 10 o'clock is our next appointment, so we will return with that. You want to win a grand, don't you? Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The movie's made. There's a cliffhanger at the end, and I know it's rude that there's a cliffhanger for a movie that may not get a sequel, but it's just the way it was constructed, and I wanted to do it exactly as we had talked about. Look, I didn't think I'd be sitting here talking to you guys about this.
Yeah.
So, you never know. Stranger things have happened. So,
All right.
Well, I don't know if we talked about this or not, but Army of the Dead is going to be released on May 21st, and I don't know if we talked about where is it going to be released. I don't know if we.
that's on Netflix.
It's Netflix.
That's on
Okay.
Netflix has been amazing. You are going to get, trust me, you will know where Army of the Dead is playing and what it's about. Netflix does not. They do not play.
No, they like to advertise. Yeah.
You trust me. And the trailer
I saw it.
coming really soon in April, like right at the beginning of April, like I think middle-ish of April. And the new trailer is just it's a butt kicker. I don't want to say the A word because I know I'm
You can say ass. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was an ass kicker.
Well, then it is a ass kicker.
I do want to thank you again for joining us this morning, and then also I want to thank you because when I was texting with you the other day, my son was next to me, and I go, "Hey, I just got a text from Zack Snyder," and he was like, "No way!" And so I looked really, really cool, and he was like, "Tell him I said hi. I'm a huge fan." So I did, and then you texted back, and then I promised him I would say this. He said, "You have to put a character in your next movie whose name is Seamus, because that is his name."
Oh my
So there you go.
There we go.
There you go. It's super Seamus.
Yeah. Oh my God. My son's name is Ben. If you want to toss that in.
No.
Leave Zach alone.
Soon he's going to be doing shout-outs.
Yeah,
so it's
right.
Well, listen, Zach, thanks again. It's a big day for you and also for AFSP, like you said. People bring awareness to that and suicide prevention and getting therapy and for people who need it. So we appreciate the time. Yes, Casey?
Yeah, we do have information about that on our website.
Okay, yep. It's located.
That's
If
awesome.
you'd
Thanks,
like to
guys.
donate, you
Thanks
can.
for
Our pleasure.
bringing that up.
Great to talk to you, Zach. Good luck with everything and congratulations.
All right. You can go check out Justice League on HBO Max, and I will talk to you guys later.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Zack Snyder, guys. Wow.
Huge.
Stoked for tonight.
Yes.
Or as soon as you gonna watch it today?
I want to watch it straight through, and it's a tough thing on a school night. So I'm going to try. If not, it'll be tomorrow because I want to live and go into this world. I'm so damn excited.
All right, we're going to get right into this with a story. I love this one. It's about the band Korn. So when it came time to choose a name for the band, they had considered being called Larry.
Stop it.
Larry.
This is a great story. That was the name of their manager at the time,
Larry.
who had told them that they could not call their band Korn. Now, Jonathan Davis told Revolver Magazine that he responded, well, we're going to name it Larry then. And he's like, F you. And I said, look, it's either going to be Larry or Korn. You effing pick it. And once they decided on a name, Davis said that the logo, this is interesting too.
Which is the K?
Well, it's the name, Korn, drawn out. The logo came about when he grabbed a crayon and wrote Korn with his left hand.
Oh, there you go.
Gosh.
And got all jaggedy.
And that's it. Yep.
Look at these people spend millions of dollars on highfalutin graphic artists.
Yep. Davis said that he credits them getting their record deal due to the number of stickers with their logo on it that they had stuck all over town. We had to share this little story. So every evening at 6 o'clock, we do a quick conference call with us, with the members of the show, just to see where we are in preparation for the following day's show. If there's anything notable that we need to be aware of, interviews and so on. And that also includes topic conversations. And so we're getting ready to wrap up the call last night, and then Kathy's got one more thing to add.
Well, Steve, so I was at a bachelorette, and Steve's like, did bachelorette produce anything? I was like, no, not really. It was actually pretty low key. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
There was one thing.
There was one thing. I was talking to these girls. You remember how last week how Preston was saying that he likes to make sure that, his sexual partner has achieved.
Right. Gets the cookies.
Gets the cookies. Before going for the main course, and then Kathy says, and I'll say this verbatim because it's not vulgar or anything like that. She said, "I didn't know until I talked to these girls that not all women will have an orgasm by having sex."
Yeah.
And so we're like, "Oh, okay." And then all of a sudden, you hear Casey go, I guess I should have told you guys that I'm in the car and have the Bluetooth on, and Seamus is sitting next to me.
Well, I also brought up something from another conversation we're going to have about the wall sitting.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. But even that was more benign.
I just I was sex, orgasm, just all the words.
All the words.
Yeah.
Coming out of Kathy's mouth.
And so Seamus is just sitting there in the passenger seat, and I just look over at him, and I can see him smiling, right?
God.
He's just pretending like he didn't hear anything, and I'm like, okay, he heard everything. Now, here's
I didn't think Kathy had orgasms.
Well,
I mean, and honestly, of all people,
yes.
And this is not the first. This is the second time that I've done this with Seamus in the car.
I don't remember the first time.
The first time I called in a couple minutes late, and you had already announced that you were in the car with your kids. I didn't hear it, so at the end of I think I cursed, I said the F word or something like that, but I was joking around trying to make you guys laugh, and then there was silence, and Casey was like, did you not hear me say I was in the car with my kids? And I was like, nope, I sure didn't.
Sorry. Here's the deal. I don't even know if he knows what that O word is.
Yeah.
All the other stuff, I'm sure he knows all about.
Right.
But the main juxt of the conversation, the gist, whatever. Yeah. I sound like anyway. The main gist of the conversation, it being the O and women not getting to that. Yeah. I don't even know if that all that stuff could have gone over his head, and he probably was looking that word up.
Yeah. How old is he?
He's in 8th grade.
Maybe.
I don't know. But the kids have the internet these days.
Yeah, those kids.
Yeah, and if not, he knows now.
I'll tell you this, though, that's something that I've never had to deal with because it's just my wife, or we're transporting pets in the car. But it's such a common thing. There's no way that doesn't happen all the freaking time.
Yeah, Shell and I instituted a standard greeting, which if you're in the car and Rochelle says it to me, she goes, "Hi, you're on speaker. So and so is in the car with me." Like that's the first thing that comes out of her mouth.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Now, in my defense, when I joined the call, there was already a conversation going on, so I couldn't bust in and go, "Hey, by the way, I'm a speaker." I just
normally it's okay. Like the majority of our calls
It's pretty benign.
it doesn't get that detailed or graphic.
But when you're all worked up and horny, it comes through.
Apparently I needed to.
Kathy's all horned up.
Well, you know what? Casey, a couple of weeks ago, suggested maybe we do, I forget, it was like Zoom call or FaceTime or something for our conference calls. And I was like, I can't do that because my phone is always on speaker, like when I do the conference call, because it's dinner time and we're either cooking, cleaning, like whatever it is, and Jace is always there. And when I feel like sometimes there'll be like a curse that slips, I'm like, and I gotta quick get the phone and put it up to my ear.
Yeah. So whenever I talk to my buddy Jeff on the phone, you're pretty sure that the conversation is going to go to an NC-17 rating,
right?
So we always will go, "Are you on speaker? Are you alone?" or whatever. Right. I mean, but with our conference call, and also my kids are older now, so it's like, but when they were children, it was like, "Hey guys, by the way, I got the kids in the car."
Well, it's for me, it's like my a Christmas story. We heard all that stuff from my dad, and so it was all part of the deal. But we never received calls through Bluetooth in the car. Yeah. I was in the back seat when my dad was driving. It was something that didn't happen.
Did anybody see the South Park quarantine special?
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched it with my son over the weekend, and the last 5 minutes of it, there is a giant phallus that Mr. Garrison is carrying back into town. And my son, who is a little bit older than Seamus Casey, could not stop laughing. But he was laughing so hard that he was like holding the pillow in front of his face. So like we dance around the topic, but the older he gets, the dancing just becomes less overt. You're just like, "No, right, that's fine." Like he knows you don't want to be the person. I don't know. You don't want to be like overt about it, but you also know that he knows.
Listen, I've told my, and I say this time and time again. Listen, my kids are going to hear this stuff in the schoolyard, which is fine.
Right.
I don't want them teaching this stuff in the schoolyard. There's a difference, right? So
you want them getting shed talks.
No, but at the same time, with the whatever they're watching, it's like, all right, there's that weird fine line between condoning and encouraging.
Yes.
And so I don't like, my son is now watching clips of The Family Guy, and he's getting such a kick out of it, and I hear him cracking up. And
my
wife,
parts.
Probably. I don't know what he's, but my wife's like, it's not appropriate for him. I'm like, well, I know what I watched when I was 13 years old.
I think my like with my situation, my dad just got tired of trying to restrict it because and then my mother just sort of gave up. We tried, and and we were fine, but a lot of the stuff just went over our heads, and then eventually it was like somehow I just remember knowing about it. I forget exactly where I became aware of it. It was a combination of both the schoolyard and my dad.
Yeah. I've got my two olders. They can say whatever they want to.
Right.
It's free reign now. I mean, they're 20 and 18.
Right.
So whatever, and they will say stuff in front of my 13-year-old. So it's everything now
is on
the table, except for like graphic sex or anything like that. You know what I mean? So you can. I love when parents say, they've heard everything. When they're talking about their kid who's a toddler, he's heard everything. But
no, they haven't.
He may have heard all the words, not in a specific order though, which can make it very graphic and dirty.
Well, like Chuck D'Amico, right? So Chuck D'Amico is part of our pod. I work with Chuck, and then so my kids and we see each other on the weekends. Chuck D'Amico says things that are like, I was like, I would never say that in front of my kids.
Yeah.
And he says it in front of my kids. And I'm like, well, I guess this is just where we are now, Like,
wait, Chuck says stuff in front of his kids that you wouldn't say in front of your kids.
He says it in front of my children. He says it in front of my children.
Like what?
All right, so for instance, we were playing...
Using your mouth on a donkey?
No. Is it Scattergories?
Yeah.
We were playing Scattergories, right? And the things that are round came up, and the letter was T. And he said, and I'll just, so he said tiny toddies, but it wasn't toddies.
Right.
It was, boobs. And I was like, and like...
You were like, we don't say that.
So
That's 2 points, man.
You also, I know that, but you also have to remember, I also have Like, I have the youngest of everybody, too.
Yeah.
So my sixth grader.
30 seconds or so that need to pass before I can go for our next Good Money keyword. But Kathy, did you say there was Grub Road?
Mm-hmm.
Never heard of Grub Road.
Grub Road.
Sort of like Grubb's Mill, maybe, too?
Okay. Because a grub is like it's like a maggot, right?
Grub.
Like
Looking at some homes on Grub Road.
It's got to be somebody's last
Those
name.
are, wait, the grubs turn into what? Beetles.
Okay. Baby beetles are grubs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I learned the history of Sproul Road.
Food. Sproul Road.
Yeah. He was the lieutenant governor under a guy named Gifford and Gifford Pinchot, who helped to create the National Forest System. Gifford Pinchot was really good friends with Teddy Roosevelt, and his lieutenant governor was a guy named Sproul. And Casey, the entire length of Sproul Road was named after that guy.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. You drive by these places for your entire life.
I never knew.
And not have an idea.
You never pay him proper respect.
That they were named after.
Wherever you are right now, get out of the car and get down on your knees.
Well, so there's Governor Sproul Apartments. That's misnamed. It should be Lieutenant Governor.
Maybe he
Sproul
became
Apartments.
governor at some point, but I was looking up Gifford Pinchot and then learned all about Sproul and Sproul Road and stuff you never think about until you actually look it up.
How's about that? All right, it is now time. Thank you for helping me kill some time, and we can now do this.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
That word would be credit. C-R-E-D-I-T. And we will give you until 15 minutes after the hour of 10 o'clock to enter that word. 3 ways for you to do it. You can enter it at WMMR.com or via the MMR app or via text to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. The contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it is all sponsored by Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. So do that now. Enter the word credit, C-R-E-D-I-T. Good luck.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Anheuser-Busch. Join Casey Boy Thursday night from 7 to 9. He's going to be at the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff at JT Brewski's in Westchester. And you could enter for a chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets courtesy of Bud Light.
JT Brewski's is not in Westchester. It's in Seacane, so that is a mistype.
Wow, that is way off.
Yeah.
What the who?
What the huh?
JT Brewski's in Seacane.
Yeah, Oak Avenue and Primo Seacane.
All right, so Madison police are attempting to discover the identity of a naked man who law enforcement officers say attempted to steal a patrol car Thursday after a string of incidents along a busy highway.
I had 3 testicles.
Police responded to multiple 911 calls. Calls from Madison Bowling Center, Burger King, Walmart, and Mr. Car Wash.
Wow, he's getting around.
All reported a nude man trying to enter people's vehicles, breaking windows, and assaulting people. Callers also reported
Safely repair
that the man was possibly dragged by a vehicle after trying to enter it while it was occupied.
And he had no clothes on?
Yeah.
Oh, that would hurt.
That's your nutsack.
Police arrived on the scene and they made contact with the man. The unidentified man attempted to enter and steal an officer's patrol car, and the officer used force to detain the man. Police investigating the alleged crimes that occurred prior to the officers arriving, and he was transported to the Huntsville Hospital for medical treatment.
Your balls are showing.
I told you earlier this morning I had disturbing stories that I collected over the weekend. Here is another one.
Oh, boy.
A former model and Miss Switzerland finalist who was allegedly murdered by her husband and was found to have been strangled, dismembered, and her remains put through a handheld blender.
Yeah.
Medical reports reveal.
Horrific.
Christina Jaksimovich was found dead in her home. Her husband and father of her 2 children, named only as Thomas by local media, admitted to killing her in March. However, his claim that he was acting in self-defense was contradicted by the medical forensic report. Court ruling on Wednesday found that Miss Jaksimovich had been strangled to death and reported that there were concrete indications of mental illness underlying the case. A post-mortem included the ruling in the ruling said that her body had been dismembered with a jigsaw knife and garden shears in the laundry room of the couple's home.
Yeah, that sounds like self-defense.
Her remains were then liquidized with a handheld blender and dissolved in a chemical solution.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Joksimovich's remains were discovered by a third party. Thomas was detained by authorities the day after, but in a panic, he said after discovering her dead body, he dismembered her. He later claimed to have killed her in self-defense after she came at him with a knife. According to investigators, Thomas showed a conspicuously high level of criminal energy in their assessment. They spoke of lack of empathy and cold-bloodedness after killing his wife and added that Thomas had sadistic sociopathic traits. The couple who married in 2017 were reportedly going through marital difficulties, with police called to their place of residence before the incident over reports of physical violence. Just 4 weeks before she was killed, Miss Joksimovich shared photos on social media of a couple's getaway at a luxurious hotel above Lake Lucerne. The pair had 2 young daughters. She was crowned Miss Northwest Switzerland and went on to be a finalist in the Miss Switzerland competition in 2007.
So they're having a wonderful weekend just weeks before, and then he's taking a jigsaw to her dead body.
Yep, and putting her in a blender.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's messed up. All right. California firefighters had to douse a flaming battery with a Tesla semi with about 50,000 gallons of water to extinguish the flames after the crash.
Isn't that amazing?
According to the National Transportation Safety Board. In addition to the huge amount of water, firefighters used an aircraft to drop fire retardant on the immediate area of the electric truck as a precautionary measure.
So Rodney, firefighter extraordinaire, an engineer, the top of the craft, he does, obviously, he's a fireman, and he's saying that they have to set up special protocols to put out the fires from these batteries, and that they actually are. I don't know if he said they were going to do it or the plan was to do it, to have these stations where these vehicles could be transported and submerged to kill the fire.
Firefighters said previously that the battery reached temperatures of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while it was in flames. The agency said it would look into fire risks posed by the truck's large lithium-ion battery.
Wow.
I remember a friend, he lit a road flare at a party one time, not realizing you can't put those things out.
No. Yes.
I mean, they submerged it in the
They're
keg
underwater as
tub.
well.
Like,
No.
The agency also found that the truck was not operating on one of Tesla's partially automated driving systems at the time of the crash. Happened around 3:13 a.m. as a tractor trailer was being driven by a Tesla employee. It left the road while going around a curve to the right and hit a tree. It went down a slope and came to a rest against several trees. The driver was not hurt, but after the crash, the semi's lithium-ion battery ignited. Firefighters used water to put out the flames and keep the battery cool. The freeway was closed for 15 hours as firefighters made sure the batteries were cool enough to recover the truck. Authorities took the truck to an open-air facility and monitored it for 24 hours, and the battery did not reignite. That's wild, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. All right, one last story, and then we will wrap it up. And let me see, something a little less disturbing than that. All right, how about this? A problematic passenger has been hit with an unusual form of punishment. He has to pay back the airline for cost of fuel. According to the Australian Federal Police, a then 32-year-old man from Western Australia was disruptive on a flight headed from Perth to Sydney. As a result, the plane had to turn around and go back to Perth, which meant the pilot was forced to dump some fuel to land. Now the passenger has been ordered to pay over $5,000 back to the airlines to cover the costs of the wasted fuel.
I thought it would have been more.
They also fined him $6,000, meaning that his midair misbehavior is going to be even more expensive. But yeah, Steve, I guess they only had to dump some of it.
Yeah.
So all of it would have been a different story. It's taken about a year for the case against the unruly passenger to work its way through the Australian legal system. The passenger pleaded guilty to 1 count of disorderly behavior on an aircraft and 1 count of failure to comply with safety instructions, while charging a disruptive traveler for the cost of fuel is not a typical penalty. Other kinds of fines are more common. The single highest individual penalty was $40,000 to a traveler who brought their own alcohol on board, was intoxicated, attempted to smoke marijuana in the lavatory, and sexually assaulted a flight attendant, all in a single flight.
Wow, that's a busy flight.
That is a busy flight. And that is all I have in the Bizarre File for you. We have a word for you to enter, and you've got about 5 minutes left to enter it for the Good Money It competition that we have. And the word that you need to enter is credit. All right, so send that over now, credit. You can enter it at WMMR.com through the MMR app or text it to 45911. But make sure you do that now. Good luck to you. We'll be back in a moment.
6th grade daughter is there as well. So
That's not appropriate.
It's not. It is not.
So what you're saying is he's a bad dad.
Well, I'm saying he often forgets, and that we all have different parenting styles. So he might have said that in front of his 6th grade daughter but she's a sophomore in high school now. So there's a difference. And
you lose track.
When he did that, my wife and I looked at each other like, do I say something? Well, I'm saying something to him now. Don't say stuff like that in front of my daughter, right? Don't say stuff like that in front of my 11-year-old daughter, my 11-year-old Catholic school daughter.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Kathy, don't talk about orgasms in front of my son.
But I didn't.
Unless you're going to teach him how to give one to a.
Oh God! Stop it!
Dear Lord.
Stop.
We are crossing
Yeah, no, I don't want to
territories.
Yeah, this isn't good.
By the way, I just jotted down. I need to watch South Park movie with my son. I don't think we've ever seen that, and that gets as dirty as you can possibly get.
And watch this quarantine special because it's pretty damn funny.
Okay. And there's a huge phallus in it at some point?
Yeah.
Because there's a little one in the South Park movie where Saddam Hussein whips out.
Right. No, this is a giant man gets turned into a penis and gets hauled into town.
All right. Nice. All right. Well, anyhow, if Kathy's on your call and you're on Bluetooth with your children, make sure you say something because otherwise there's going to be
just let loose.
But literally, I would be the last person to say something in front of a kid.
Are we still on for the swingers party tonight?
Stop. Oh, God.
By the way, today is National Cheesesteak Day.
Yes.
So I figured
it's a food thing.
Food is on the brain.
Yeah.
And, we're gonna do some giveaways with Steakum in a little bit, who have stopped by this morning to give us some stuff to give to you. But let's have a seat and have a meal, if you will.
It's time for the Connoisseur in honor of National Cheesesteak Day. We're going to talk all things food.
We definitely are. Maybe we can get into a cheesesteak discussion at some point.
You know, there's a Goldberg tie into cheesesteaks. They always run that episode.
Yeah,
where they,
donkeys.
Donkeys.
Right?
Yep,
And
absolutely.
the whole big thing was that the best cheesesteak in the world is not in Pennsylvania.
And you know what? It was really good.
Really
I need to get
good.
back there.
I know.
I'll have to, when I have a cheat moment, I'll do that.
Well, and some people call no fair because it's not on the long roll. It's on a Kaiser.
Yeah.
Poppy C. Kaiser or whatever. I got no problems with that.
I don't care. I think it just tastes great. That's all there is to it.
If you
And
put
less
it in
filling.
if you put it in between white bread, it's still a cheesesteak.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Word.
All right. So I've got my
Yes, your
chef's hat on.
Your puffy chef's hat.
So we're going to start with this.
What is the technical name of that hat?
Chef's hat.
Chef's hat.
Is it literally just
I don't
chef's
know.
hat?
You got me. Because there's a couple different ones. I think like sous chefs wear a different hat. And so there's a variety of different hats that are worn in certain restaurant situations. So it's called a toque, Steve.
All right, there we go.
So according to this, it says the chef's hat is officially called a toque.
That's toque.
Which is Arabic for hat.
All right.
While the term has existed for a few thousand years, the French popularized the word when referring to a chef's hat, according to Culinary Anyone. That's a website, I guess. By the 1800s, that hat has become known as the toque blanche.
Oh, because it's white.
Or white hat. Yeah.
I know you're about to get going with something.
Connoisseur.
I don't think a cheesesteak in between white bread is still a cheesesteak.
It is.
All right. Maybe we can come back to this.
I stand corrected.
No, I mean, is it called a cheesesteak roll?
Yeah,
it's called cheesesteak.
I think you've bastardized the sandwich by putting in between white bread.
Okay.
If we're going to come back to cheesesteak,
You're talking about sandwich bread, just regular sandwich bread?
Yeah. I mean, what if you put a hamburger in between two pieces of white bread? Is it not a hamburger anymore?
I will
It's that
accept.
you didn't have any rolls left and you had nothing else to use.
I will accept a Kaiser roll, but at white bread, I think you are killing the very being of what a cheesesteak is.
It's still a cheesesteak. I'm not saying I'm not killing the being of it, but it's still a cheesesteak. If you put peanut butter and jelly on a hoagie roll, it's still a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Would you then call it a steak sandwich? Because I don't see that as a steak sandwich. A steak sandwich I see on a roll.
I think if you put it on a bagel, it's no longer a cheesesteak. I think if you put it on white bread, like I'm thinking
the bread has that much sway over it. You think?
Yeah, I think you have ruined the very concept of a cheesesteak. I think you steak sandwich ingredients on white bread. I think it's no longer a cheesesteak.
Put some documentation together and send it on over.
Let me ask you: you have a problem with cheesesteak egg rolls? Still called cheesesteak.
It's not even remotely a cheesesteak.
It's still a cheesesteak. It's called
got cheesesteak ingredients.
Cheesesteak.
No, it's not.
It's a cheesesteak egg roll.
Call it a cheesesteak egg roll. Then call it a cheesesteak egg roll.
You think that's a cheesesteak sandwich because
it's got cheesesteak material in it.
It is not a cheesesteak sandwich. It has cheesesteak. What makes it?
Ingredients.
It has cheese steak, but it does not. It's not a
an egg roll.
cheesesteak in the classic form, it's a cheesesteak egg roll. Cheesesteak egg roll.
I just want to point out to everyone, looking at Casey's body language, he's deadly serious about all this, right?
Well, it's dumb. It is a dumb conversation to have, and it's okay.
Okay.
It's a dumb. Listen, it's a cheesesteak. It's what is inside the roll that it's named after. It doesn't matter what you wrap it in. It doesn't matter,
And cut Nick some slack because he's had really loose bowel movements for the past day or two. So.
He's not thinking right.
Yeah.
He's low on electrolytes.
Just had a visit down to the 3rd floor.
Did you make a cheesesteak?
Well, no, but man, do they got a nice bathroom down there.
Sony has recruited Zachary Levi to star in Sony's live-action adaptation of the classic children's book Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Did you ever read that book, or do your kids?
I don't remember it. I know the title,
So do I.
but I don't remember what it's about.
It was a staple in our household when Ben was 3 and 4 years old.
Okay. And I love Zachary Levi, man.
He's great.
He seems like a guy I want to know.
We could absolutely hang with him. At least it seems that way.
Yeah.
I loved him in the show Chuck.
The story, published in 1955 and written by Crockett Johnson, tells the story of a 4-year-old who created worlds around him with his crayon.
He is the voice of Flynn Rider, correct?
He is.
Yeah.
Which is a far superior movie, Tangled, than Frozen.
Yeah, I know you're a big proponent of that.
Casey's opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I texted you guys about Flynn Rider last night.
I saw that, and by the way, I was looking at the cover of Purple and the Perilled Crayon
And the hairy donut. Herpel and the hairy donut.
Hey, I know someone named Christine Herpel, by the way.
Okay. We do.
We do. She's working at NBC.
Not her first name, but
Herpel. It's not. It's Meeston Moidy. Herpel.
Herpel.
I love Herpel. I'll let you guys laugh it out, and then I'll laugh.
It's hard when it happens.
Funny.
It's just there. And you got to get past it.
So anyway, yes, Nick had texted over something about the fact that the people have voted that Flynn Rider is the sexiest Disney character ever. According to who?
This guy, Kevin Sparrow, did a Twitter poll.
I just think he's
he did a Twitter poll.
Yeah.
Nipple piercing.
Yeah.
Not piercing in general. Never has appeared to me. Appealed to me. I've never had a pierced ear,
Pierre
nothing, nose.
Pierre has both nipples pierced, right?
I think he does. Yeah.
Ooh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have 5 in my ears.
Do you really still?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I
nipples?
I got 5 nipples. I got 3 nipples in the left ear and 2 nipples in the right ear.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I can stick earrings through them right now if I wanted to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It didn't look right. I tried. I was in alt radio and, and every time I looked in the mirror, I'm like, I don't look like an earring guy. Yeah.
I had my nipple pierced.
No, shut up.
Are you kidding? Miss Needle Phobic?
How long have we known you? We never.
Birthday,
Hey, thank you. It's my birthday present from Kathy Romano. Birthday miracle. Revealed that she had her nipple pierced.
I still don't believe
smiling. She was smiling when I brought this up. She looked at me holding up her hand, meaning I have something to say, and you had this bizarre look on your face.
Wow.
Oh my
Look
God.
at Steve.
Steve
so
can't even
perplexed.
speak.
No,
doesn't know what to
this
do.
makes sense, though, because sometimes I'll see Kathy walking around, and she'll have a kettlebell suspended from her crotch. And I'm like, what's that?
Okay, so
What's that attached to? And she has another piercing.
let's unpack this here for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
so
I can explain.
number 1, you're deathly afraid of needles,
Yes.
anything that has to do with that. Number 2, you're so pristine when it comes to anything that
She has a perfect vagina.
to do. Well, but by pristine, I mean
No
what's
tattoos,
yeah,
Unblemished.
and also
Unblemished,
no touching any even remotely
Yucky
sexual areas, naughty areas of the body.
Well, he's been scarred by your mother.
Let me sit down here.
I know.
Okay, sit down and I'll tell you the
'Cause I wanna
story.
hear
There's got to be a catch
Casey,
here.
fan him. Fan him.
Please.
There's a catch here. There's got to be a catch.
All right. How long ago?
Okay, so
Last week.
no, let me think about this. Okay, I think it was college. Yeah, I was in college.
It had to be.
Somebody had to have been kidnapped, and this was the only way to get them released.
Well, I was trying to think if it was after college, but it wasn't.
Like a spring break thing?
No, so it was in college. I had a very good friend from high school.
turned stripper, she was getting things pierced.
Okay.
And so and by the way, she hid from me that she was a stripper for a long time. So I didn't know she was a stripper, but she was. Anyway, so she was going to get something pierced. Now, I grew up, my mom always taught me, do not get a tattoo. In 10 years, you're not going to like it. You're going to pick something today and you're never going to like it. And so that stuck with me. What she was okay with, now I don't think she knew I got my nipple pierced.
Play the original, and then that one, and that does happen from time to time as we meander through the alphabet here and the MM archives. So
he works sometime.
20 minutes after 10 o'clock. Casey was just saying apparently Bruce jumped up on stage over the weekend. Trey Anastasio was playing a solo show?
Yeah, no, so it was the See Here Now festival, and Bruce played. He did his own set. He did did a 3-hour set, but Trey Anastasio's band was doing a set, and he popped up and did Kitty's Back with those guys. And then after he was on with the Trey Anastasio band, he left and went to another stage and popped on with Gaslight Anthem did a couple of songs with those guys. So
I also heard over the weekend he just showed up at the Stone Pony.
No way.
And got up and played a couple of songs with whoever was playing at the time.
Could you imagine? I heard after that he went and did some installations for Safe Light Repair.
That's amazing.
I thought you were going to say Horizon. No, but Safe Light.
Turn
Okay.
me windshield.
Yeah. All right.
Some fly off the road. We got it.
He's the working man. He's a hard working man.
But you go in and watch your daughter's recital, we got you covered.
All right, we're going to ask today's lesson question. We are going to give away a $50 Botto's Italian Market gift card.
Ooh, nice.
The question that I ask you is this. On her way down to the bottom of the ocean to find the necklace, what did Kate Winslet have to kill? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you're listening. It was right at about 7 o'clock this morning. On her way to the bottom of the ocean to find the necklace, what did Kate Winslet have to kill? All right, she's swimming down there. 215-263-WMMR. If you heard it and you know the answer, call right now. While you call, we'll go through the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, Steve will share some stories and we'll get our answers. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Buckingham Palace appeared to extend an olive branch to estranged brother and son Prince Harry by posting a message online reading, wishing the Duke of Sussex a very happy 40th birthday. Still, others are suggesting not much has changed based on the second message, which read, please give our best to the bitch.
No.
It's not good.
My God.
Amazon muckety muck. Jeff Bezos and fiancée Lauren Sanchez were ringside for the UFC extravaganza at the Sphere Saturday night. Bezos was reportedly able to score those amazing seats last minute by calling into a local radio station contest and buying the station.
Jeffrey Bezos.
And finally, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez had a very tense afternoon on Saturday as they grabbed lunch with their kids. Affleck was so tense and angry that state law prohibited him from purchasing a Happy Meal.
Oh.
So, yeah. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see if you know what the answer to this is. On her way to the bottom of the ocean to find her necklace, what did Kate Winslet have to kill? We will check in with Tyler, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Tyler, good morning.
Hey, you guys.
Tyler, what did Kate Winslet kill in the ocean?
She had to kill a whale.
Yeah. Hang on, Tyler. Got yourself a $50 Botto's Italian Market gift card. You can find your own Little Italy at Botto's Italian Market and Restaurant in Swedesboro. Botto serves all Italian specialties and homemade prepared foods. Complete info at Bottos.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
So we will begin with a story that we covered earlier this morning in Boston. Jane's Addiction. Big fight on stage. Perry Farrell got into an altercation with Dave Navarro at Leader Bank Pavilion. Farrell had said earlier in the show that he was having trouble singing. And while performing Oceanside, Farrell told the crowd, F you, screamed into the microphone, then walked over to Dave and threw a shoulder into him during a solo. And then several punches were thrown as multiple members of the crew and band ran up to restrain the singer. The lights lowered. Farrell was taken off stage. The rest of the band apologized to the crowd and ended the show early. No details on what caused the behavior before that, except there was an update afterwards. They made an announcement in an Instagram post, Instagram story yesterday, offering a heartfelt apology to fans and announcing that they were canceling last night's concert in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The announcement said that refunds will be issued to fans, by the way. So,
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
But apparently,
I'd like to apologize.
Perry was upset that there was too much noise. Like his vocals were being drowned out. That's part of one of the reasons. He was also drinking a bunch, too.
Yes. It was apparently something he'd been complaining about for a while, that he felt he was being crushed by the audio.
So we'll see if there's any other follow-up to this. Tito Jackson, an original member of the Jackson 5 pop group and brother of late Michael Jackson, died at the age of 70. An official cause of death has yet to be determined. He was recently in Munich ahead of a performance at the group were due to give. The news was confirmed in an Instagram post by Jackson's three sons, Taj, Terrell, and TJ Jackson. So the group was formed in 1964, and Tito played the guitar and provided backing vocals for the band. In 1980, the siblings were presented with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. They were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1997. And days before his death, Tito posted a message on social media from Munich where he visited a memorial to Michael with his brothers. He wrote, before our show in Munich, my brothers Jackie, Marlon, and I visited a beautiful memorial dedicated to our brother Michael. We are deeply grateful for the special place that honors not only his memory, but also our shared legacy. Thank you for keeping his spirit alive.
I thought what Bubbles, the Jim said, he called him a singular talent, which I thought was pretty nice.
Tito was the third oldest Jackson and one of 9 children. His other siblings included Janet and LaToya Jackson. All his siblings, other than Michael, who died at age 50 in June 2009, are still alive at this point. The family's patriarch, Joe Jackson, died at the age of 89 in 2018.
Towards the end of Joe Jackson's still alive, I think he was selling some sort of fragrance thing at like a cologne kiosk in a mall.
Yeah, I do remember that. I remember him like at a press event or something right after Michael died. He was pushing that. He was
unveiling his fragrance.
It's weird. Alongside working the band, Tito also had a solo career as a blues musician, which started in 2003. He was the final sibling to place a solo single on the Billboard charts with his 2016 hit, Get It, Baby. The last thing I'll mention to you is here it is, a Monday morning, and Saturday is MMRBQ.
Oh, my God.
The weather as of now, forecast is excellent.
Yeah.
75 degrees and sunshine, slight breeze. It's going to be perfect.
Fingers crossed.
Yep.
Looking good.
So some tickets remain, $25 plus fees while supplies last. But The Offspring, Hailstorm, Nothing More, The Warning, POD, Silvertide, Sleep Theory, and MMR's Local Shots Artist Jersey Calling. The Preston and Steve Show side stage with live band karaoke, a DJ set from Jackie Bam Bam, and as we announced last week, the band Froggy is going to be playing a set on that stage as well. And we welcome you to join us. Just get your tickets, and we will meet you there. That is all I have in music news for you. We're going to take one more break, and then we will come back and wrap up the show with a letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, which, by the way, is this full VIP package for MMRBQ. It is a sweet setup, and I'll tell you about that when we return.
Okay with was piercings because you could always take them out.
Right. They grow back,
Yeah, so I had piercings all the way up my ear, the cartilage, all of that.
Yeah.
I had my belly button pierced. And
I didn't know that either.
So at this point, then there was like, well, what else do I get pierced? My friend was going to get a piercing. I forget which. She was getting her nose done. I didn't want to get my nose done because I have terrible allergies. I'm like, that thing's gonna go flying when I blow my nose. So we were just there, and she was like, just do it, just do it. So she basically convinced me, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this.
Was it a dude who did it?
It was a guy who did it. We went to like a place we were in New Hope, so it was like a piercing place. It wasn't like some corner store. I felt comfortable. It was very like doctor-esque.
Right.
The room was set up. So I did it. I got my nipple pierced.
You were drinking beers?
No, listen. It was terrible. It was an awful experience. My body rejected it. It never like healed ever. It was like a massive infection.
Wow.
And my boyfriend at the time was fine. He was finally like, "What are you doing? Just take it out. It's not gonna." Because I thought I went through all of this.
Yeah.
Like I had a needle go through my nipple. Like help me here. So I didn't want to take it out because I went through all of that. It was terrible. It was terrible pain when he did it. Afterwards, like it was awful. So I did not have it very long, and I ended up taking it out.
Was the intention to get both of them done initially, and then you stopped after one? No,
Just
you just want to
one?
get
I was
one.
just getting one.
You
and
seem more like a completist.
See what
Was it
happened.
A stud,
It was a ring.
It was a ring?
Yeah.
Ring.
It was a ring. You
All
had,
right.
but I mean, it was terrible. It was so bad. It was so infected. I had to put like a gauze pad in my bra because it was infected, and no, it was disgusting. It was awful. Yeah.
So that's horrible. That's disgusting.
Awful.
I have to imagine. Did you at least become woozy during any of these piercings when you're as needle phobic as you are?
So the thing with needles and me is if I can't look at it. That's every time
Right.
I have passed out because of it. I watched it. So I watched Jace getting stitches. I watched the needle go through his chin.
Right.
I saw the skin pull,
Right.
and I was like, that was it. I was out. So each time I was watching it. So this obviously I didn't watch. I closed my eyes, turned my head, held my stripper friend's
Right.
hand,
Held
and
your nipple out.
Put my nipple out, and there we go.
That was it.
And do you have scarring to this day from
So
it?
yes, there's like a tiny. You wouldn't know. Here, I'll show you. Come here.
Come on. Let us decide.
So
we'll try to pick the one out.
When
You wouldn't know. It is a tiny little like spot. Yes, I can see it. It's on one side. But if you guys were sucking on my nipples, you would never know.
If we're sucking on your
Well, leave it to Kathy to make a story like that unsexy.
Wow.
So I don't know. It was pretty sexy.
It started off sexy, and then the infection and the gauze.
Yes.
How many
ruined
days or
it.
weeks did it last?
It was in a couple of weeks. Like I said, I tried. I was, I went back to the guy. He was like, here, gave me, cleaning and this and that and whatever. And it just like literally my body was rejecting it.
Is that why your nipple whistles now and then?
Every once in a while.
Did your mom find out about this right now as well?
Probably. Yeah, I think she probably found out
She's
now.
on the roof ready to swan dive into the parking lot.
So how long total do you think you actually had it in?
Nick, probably maybe a month or something, and it just was not getting better.
And always painful all the time.
It was so painful the entire time. It never healed. It was always painful.
Did removing it hurt, or was it
Yes.
really? Oh, really?
No, hurt. And I remember too. I was in the bathroom at my boyfriend's house in college. It hurt so bad. Like college bathrooms was disgusting. It was so gross. And I was up there with my friend, and she was like, "That's it. We're taking it out." And we just, because remember the old piercer, or what they used to use. I don't know what they use now, but it had little balls on the end, so you had to screw the ball off so that you could take the hoop off.
Yep.
So it was like the whole thing was just painful. It was awful.
Oh, God. All right. So the actual act of having it pierced, because I couldn't do it. It just seems like it would be so painful.
It was awful. It was so painful.
What did they use, like ice? Or
People who say like, oh no, it wasn't that bad. No, it was bad.
It's one of the more sensitive spots on your body.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
So sensitive.
And listen, here's the thing. Oh God, here's more info.
My vaginal piercing.
No, I never did that. But I don't have very. Well, I can't believe I'm saying. I don't have very sensitive nipples, so I thought, oh, okay, I can do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not like the girls who are super sensitive and are always nipping through their shirts.
I've got tough
I didn't
as
get
leather
that.
nipples.
Not so much.
So
not true.
when it was happening, did they get like browner or pinker or?
I hate you.
Somebody
No, but
says
I
call
will
the guy in New Hope. He'll be able to answer the
Hold on.
question.
But I will say, they would take pictures of all of their piercings, and I was like, oh hell no! I was like, you cannot have a picture of my boob.
I am floored right now.
I am too, man.
So floored.
Well, we all remember Marissa's tongue piercing.
Yeah.
Remember when she removed that manually at home?
I used to have the audio.
With the audio of that bit getting clipped off. Now that. When you initially got that piercing done, Marissa, how could that not hurt?
Because I was on spring break and it didn't matter.
All right.
But did I ever tell you guys a story about when I came home and my mom saw it?
No.
So it was Easter dinner. At first, I should say, as soon as I sat up, as soon as I got a pierce, I sat up and I went, "Ugh, my mom's gonna know I feel my tongue pierced," because my tongue just swelled up and I couldn't eat for a few days. So it was Easter dinner. We're all sitting around the table, like an Italian table. So like, we're talking and laughing like 2 hours after dinner. And at one point, I just opened my mouth really wide to laugh at something, and the whole table's laughing, and my mom just stops.
Oh, daggers!
And she goes, "What's that?" And the entire rest of the table starts cracking up laughing because they have saw it hours ago. My mom was probably cooking dinner and she didn't notice. So my mom collects herself for a minute and she goes, "Oh, okay, all right," and starts laughing with it. And then she goes, "Well, at least I knew about the other one." And everybody laughs more. My dad goes, "Wait, what other one?"
Before I do my intro,
okay,
can you hear me, Amy?
Yeah.
Hey! She's here! Amy!
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
All right, well, no, it's all right. I like to always to do a nice big intro, so let me do that now. Ladies and gentlemen, from Evanescence, it's Amy.
Hi, guys. What a nice intro.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, are you kidding me? It's great. Listen, we had just played Better Without You. Leading right into this, and of course, it's on the album The Bitter Truth, which is finally out. And I wanted to ask you about that because you were talking about this album. I mean, was it done already, like in 2019? I mean, in the can and ready to go or close to it?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
We really wrote most of it last year. Yeah,
Okay.
during everything.
All right, then I had read that you had asked, you wanted people to hear it at that point, so I read something incorrect. Oddly enough, there was some misinformation that I found on the web.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, we started it a while back. We'd been working in bits and pieces through 2019 in between tours. We just sort of started putting time aside when we were all together. We live all over the world. All over the country, and now we have a member who lives in Germany, Jen, who we've been away from since before the pandemic. She's been with us remotely on this thing since the first 4 songs, but we made it happen. We really did.
It's such a
hallelujah.
No, it's very cool, and honestly, the entire world has gone through a maelstrom of stuff. Obviously with the COVID and all that stuff, and then you guys have also, all of you at some level, been dealing with personal crises, and here you are at this end of it, releasing music into the world, connecting with people and what you love doing. Is there just a big sigh of relief now that it's out there? I can't imagine what that process is like and what you're currently experiencing.
It feels so good.
Yeah.
It really does. And for us, it's not something we do every other year. It's something that is, it comes out when it happens, when the inspiration hits and the time is right and everything lines up and we know what we want to do. So more than ever, it feels like a very special occasion for us. And, like you said, having so much to get off of our chest personally and just feeling connected, with the rest of the world in this time of the last couple of years, just strain and loss and frustration. It feels so good to be in a rock band.
Yeah.
Pour all that out into the music. I can't tell you how good it feels. And now, I'm such a, I don't know, detail critic, always hearing all the little things I want to chip away and change. To finally have it done and not be listening to that anymore and just to listen in my car and enjoy it, it feels really, really good.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that in particular. So, and I would imagine all artists, musicians, maybe not all, but some go through this where you have this final product, you're very proud of it. It's sat for a little while, it's sunken in. Do you go back and go, man, I wish we would have done that. I wish I would have added this harmony. I wish I would have tweaked this and that. Are you okay with, or is that just natural?
That hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
I don't think that about the new stuff. It's funny. I'm hearing so many little things when there's still the chance to change it. I'm hearing this and that and this and I don't know and maybe this and one more of this and we need more background vocals and all that. But then once it's done, finally stepping away, I'm like, I don't even remember all the details I was honing in on anymore. It just sounds great.
Yeah, you know what, and that's why I would be a lousy producer or anything in that position because you constantly want to be changing and tweaking and doing this and that. You had Nick Raskuletis as your producer, one of the best rock guy that there is to it. And,
yes.
And does he tell me about your working with him and what that experience is like?
He's the best. He's incredible. And that's part of what makes that happen. He's very much in on the details like I am. We work really well together. We don't always have the exact same idea. It's good to have somebody who has different ideas and goes, hey, you know, maybe you should try this one other thing. But really, it's so good to have somebody that you really trust who can say, you know, when you're like, what's better, A or B? Like this take or that one, or like for me to go up here or go down here. Somebody who's just like a good sounding board of like, dude, it sounds great when you do it, when you go up. Let's go for that.
That's
you know?
You got to have that. All right. I also wanted to ask, you know, Steve had mentioned the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of message you're getting across with this music. There's a lot of things happening. You mentioned a lot of tragedy. There's some good things too, but I wanted to ask you on a personal note. When I will sometimes listen to songs for years and have no idea what the artist was the message that they were trying to get through in this song. Now, I may love the melody and the harmonies and the rhythm and all that stuff, and I like the song, but don't really know what it's about.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? When you've poured emotion, you've written these lyrics, you're getting across a very specific theme that you want, and people don't get it. Is that okay?
It's totally okay.
Okay.
Honestly, I write in a way that is very cathartic for me. And in some of these songs, I hear what I'm saying, and I'm like, there's no way anybody can hear this other than exactly what I mean. But there is. And something that's really beautiful about art and music is when people can take it and apply it to their own life or their own particular personal experience, what they're going through, and let it be that for them. I think that's a beautiful thing. And it's funny because I want to break down and explain as much as I can about our lyrics, kind of, but there's another part of me that doesn't, because it's sort of better when you see what it turns into for somebody else. It's kind of more powerful that way. I've had songs that totally moved me, and I didn't know that they were about something for many, many years. I was like, oh, that's what that was about?
Yeah.
But therein lies the beauty of the subjective nature of music. But there's something, and I wonder if you agree with this, and I think it might in some way speak to why vinyl has become more popular again. Having album cover art and having an artist, I used to use, when I would listen to music and listen to an album, an actual record, I would look at the art, and a lot of times you had additional messages being conveyed through that.
Yes.
That's something you remember fondly, and yeah, that's a cool thing, right? We don't have that anymore, really. Yeah.
That's always, we do. I do that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like that's what's so cool is you can have there are so many different ways to express yourself, and to make an image kind of have a deeper.
Sabbath and War Pigs on 93.3 WMMR, in the war portion of the Back to School A to Z. I think that is our last war song this morning. But we move on to one more WAR song. And then we move on to songs that start with WAS, and we spend a little time in there and move around a bit. And it's a big category, the W's, because as Casey had said earlier this morning, once you get to the whats, the whens, the which, whys, wheres, all that stuff, they add up.
The whoopsie-doo.
The whoopsie-did, and what was that, a dipsy-doo?
Yeah.
A little dipsy-doo.
That was back in the D's.
Yeah.
But we'll have the whoopsie-doos coming up as well. I would like to take this moment to thank our guests. We have Mr. Jeff Tremaine on the show. He was on to talk about a new docuseries called Nothing But a Good Time. And it's all about the uncensored story of 80s hair metal. And it premieres tomorrow exclusively on Paramount Plus. Should be pretty damn good. Lots of cameos and interviews from the people that made that stuff happen. So
they're going to be able to let fly uncensored because it is Paramount Plus.
Absolutely. And that's all we have to do in the thank you department as far as guests go. Pierre is not feeling so well.
No.
Ryan Shuttleworth, though, is in top playing form. How you doing, man?
I am wonderful, Presbo.
Nice to see you.
The professor a little under the weather, so I get to play some. I think that version, yeah.
Is that accurate?
I don't know.
Okay.
I got a last-minute text last night, and he's just not doing a little well. And said,
man.
would you kindly come in and play substitute? And I said, absolutely.
It was the whole weekend he was kind of putting up with it. And
I believe so, yeah.
Wow. Okay, man. I'm sure he'll get better. So.
All right. Well, everyone is in capable hands because Ryan knows what he's doing. So should we get the letter to start off with?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
W as in winning.
All right. W, and we have 5 letters to create a word, and that'll be on Friday. And then we give away a VIP package for the Barbecue this Saturday. Listen how cool this is. 4-pack of suite tickets, parking and VIP club access, and the tickets also come with in-seat wait service and the dedicated VIP entrance.
That's pretty friggin' awesome.
Yep, you can go to WMMR.com. We have another chance for you to win a VIP package for 4. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, and they start just $25 for the lawn. So make sure you get your tickets if you have not done yet. And the weather's looking really good at this point. Mainly just back to school A to Z today.
Yeah, I think we're going to stick with the letter W. Also at high noon, another shot to win $1,000 with your Good Money at Cash contest. So we'll see where we go from there.
Love it. Thank you, Ryan Shuttleworth. And I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, Fresh Foods, Local Flavors, and Wilmington University. Find your education home at Wilmington University, wilmu.edu. Tomorrow on our program, we'll do Tattoos Day, give away some free ink. And we will also have our friend, director Brad Furman, in the studio to talk about his next project.
Yes.
Sounds like good stuff. So that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day. Enjoy the A to Z, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend.